Listen closely, for heaven has paused. Time to reach you right now. The veil is being torn, and what once was hidden from your eyes is beginning to be revealed. This is not a coincidence. This is not a random moment of scrolling. You were not supposed to stumble here by chance. This is divine intervention. The Spirit has stirred the atmosphere so that these very words could find you in the exact season you are in. You have always known that something about you was different. While others fit easily into the patterns of this world, you felt the pull of another kingdom. While others were satisfied with surface-level living, you were restless, sensing that there was something deeper, higher, and eternal tugging at your soul. That restlessness, that holy discontent, has been the whisper of heaven marking you as chosen. You are not like the rest. That is why you never blended in. That is why you felt misunderstood, overlooked, even rejected. It was never because you lacked value. It was because you were carrying something so precious, so weighty, that the world could not comprehend it. Your very life has been a guarded mystery. And now, piece by piece, God is tearing away the veil so you can finally see the fullness of what He placed inside you. Do you feel it? That stirring in your spirit, that trembling in your heart. It is the echo of destiny. This moment is a call to awaken, a trumpet blast in the spirit realm, declaring that your next breakthrough is not only near, but has already been written in heaven's scrolls. Your life has not been random. It has been orchestrated by the Master himself. Every detour, every heartbreak, every silent night was building up to this revelation. You are chosen. Even in the times when you questioned why your journey was harder than others, heaven was silently answering. Because you are carrying a mantle they are not meant to carry. What broke others could not break you. What destroyed others only pressed you deeper into the hands of the potter. You survived betrayals, disappointments, and silent seasons because God would not allow what was entrusted to you to be wasted. Your scars are not signs of failure. They are proof that you endured what was meant to crush you. And you emerged stronger, purer, and unshakable. Beloved, chosen one, recognize this. You were hidden not to be forgotten, but to be preserved. God placed you in the shadows so that your anointing would not be contaminated before its appointed time. You were never overlooked. You were shielded. Heaven was protecting you from premature exposure, from counterfeit voices, and from paths that would have derailed your destiny. Now, as the veil is being torn, the reason for every closed door becomes clear. Nothing was lost. Nothing was wasted. Every moment was part of the divine preparation for the unveiling of who you truly are. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 19, verse 5. Now if you obey me fully and keep my covenant, then out of all nations you will be my treasured possession. Do you hear that? You are not common. You are not ordinary. You are his treasured possession. The world may have tried to strip you of worth, but heaven has stamped you with unshakable identity. You were set apart before your first cry echoed on this earth. The enemy has fought you so fiercely because he recognized long ago what you carried, the blueprint of divine prophecy written over your life. This is why your battles have felt heavier than most. This is why storms rose against you without warning. The darkness recognized your light before you even understood it yourself. But the tearing of the veil means revelation has arrived. What was once hidden behind confusion, insecurity, or doubt is now breaking forth with clarity. You are stepping into alignment with heaven's agenda. And nothing can stop what God has set in motion. Pay attention. Chosen one. This is a sacred moment. Every distraction around you fades, because the Spirit is speaking directly to your heart. Your breakthrough is not simply about receiving blessings, it is about walking in the authority of your calling. The hidden prophecy unfolding in your life is not small. It is a declaration that you are part of a divine strategy, a heavenly assignment that shakes both earth and the unseen realm. The veil is torn, and you are no longer bound to who you used to be. Your past cannot define you. Your mistakes cannot chain you, and your enemies cannot stop you. The scroll of your destiny is being unrolled before your very eyes. This is why the Spirit whispers to you, rise, pay attention, do not delay. Heaven is awakening you to walk in the identity that has been sealed since the foundations of the world. Beloved chosen one, this is only the beginning. What lies ahead will demand courage, obedience, and faith. But know this, the same God who called you will also equip you. The fire you endured was preparation. The silence you endured was training. The loneliness you endured was separation. But now, the revelation you longed for is here, and you cannot go back to sleep. The veil is torn. The hidden prophecy is being unlocked, and your breakthrough is closer than your next breath. If this word resonates in your spirit, pause and engage with it. Declare your agreement, and as a prophetic act, comment the number 777 below heaven's seal of completion and divine perfection. Let this number testify that you are aligned with the tearing of the veil and the revealing of destiny. Before you leave, remember this. Subscribe to this channel so you do not miss the continuing flow of these revelations. Like, share, and let others know, because what is being unlocked in you will ripple outward, shaking everything around you. The veil is torn. Chosen one, your breakthrough has begun. Chosen one, marked from birth. You have always carried a seal that the world could not erase. Long before your first breath, long before your first step, heaven had already written your name into a divine narrative. This is why your life has never been ordinary. Others may look at you and see only a person walking through the routines of life. But in the unseen, your existence shakes realms. The fingerprints of God have been upon you since the very beginning, and everything about your journey reflects that truth. Do you remember the moments when you felt out of place? Even in your own family, even among your friends, that was no accident. You were marked as different, chosen for a purpose that did not fit the molds created by people. While others were comfortable blending in, you carried a restlessness, a sense that you were meant for more. This holy dissatisfaction has followed you through the years, making you question why you could never settle where others seemed content. It was God's mark, a silent reminder that you were reserved for a higher calling. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 1, verse 5. Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to nations. These words are not only ancient, they are alive, pressing against your heart this very moment. Before the world knew you, God knew you. Before you had the chance to prove yourself to anyone, heaven had already appointed you. Every detail of your life has unfolded beneath the shadow of this appointment. This is why ordinary pleasures never fully satisfied you. This is why your spirit always longed for something deeper. Chosen one. The mark upon you has made you a target. Do not be surprised by the intensity of your battles. Do not wonder why the weight has felt unbearable at times. The mark of heaven attracts both favor and opposition. The enemy has recognized your identity from the beginning, and his assaults were not random. He saw the seal on your life and did everything in his power to break you before you discovered who you really are. Yet here you stand, still breathing, still pressing, still chosen. Think of the countless times you almost gave up, the moments where despair whispered that you would never make it, the nights when tears soaked your pillow, and you thought no one understood your pain. In those moments, the unseen hand of God was preserving you. His mark on your life meant that no weapon could truly prosper against you. You were kept for this exact moment, hidden until the fullness of time arrived. That time is now. Even the wounds you carry are proof of your divine marking. They tell the story of battles you survived, fires you walked through, and storms you endured. Where others would have collapsed, you stood. Where others surrendered, you pressed on. You did not survive by your own strength. You survived because heaven's seal was upon you. That seal has been your protection, your anchor, and your compass. The mark from birth has also been your guide. Have you noticed how doors opened for you in unusual ways, even when you felt unqualified? Have you noticed how paths appeared when there seemed to be no way forward? That was not coincidence. It was the seal speaking for you, aligning circumstances with divine purpose. Even when you strayed, the hand of God redirected you, pulling you back to alignment with His calling. You could not escape it, because chosen ones cannot run from destiny. There is a reason why you could never fully embrace compromise. When you tried to fit into the world's patterns, it never felt right. When you attempted to silence your spiritual hunger, it only grew louder. That mark within you rejected mediocrity, refusing to let you settle for less than what heaven ordained. It was not that you were too sensitive, too different, or too broken. It was that you were marked. Your soul could not be satisfied with anything less than divine fulfillment. Chosen one. Understand this. The mark upon your life is not a burden. It is an inheritance. It signifies that heaven trusts you to carry something that others cannot. You are not just living a life, you are carrying a prophetic mission. This mission will require your courage, your endurance, and your obedience. But it will also fill your days with meaning beyond what the world can offer. Every step you take is part of a larger tapestry, woven by the hand of God Himself. Do not be afraid of your uniqueness. Do not hide from the ways you stand apart. Those differences are the very evidence of your calling. They are not flaws to erase. They are markers of destiny. The world may label you strange, misunderstood, or even unworthy. But heaven calls you chosen, appointed, sealed, and marked. You are part of a lineage of those who bore the mark before you: prophets, kings, apostles, and servants of God who changed the course of history. Their journeys began with the same truth. They were marked from birth. So lift your head, chosen one. See yourself not as broken, but as appointed. See your battles not as curses, but as confirmations. See your scars not as shame, but as evidence that you were preserved for such a time as this. The mark upon your life is heaven's declaration that you belong to a higher kingdom, and nothing on earth can erase that. Let this truth sink deeply into your spirit. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to stand out, to carry the fire of heaven, and to fulfill a purpose written before time began. Beloved, the journey ahead will continue to stretch you. But remember this: what has marked you from birth will sustain you until the end. The God who set you apart is faithful to complete the work He began in you. Every breath you take, every step you make, is a continuation of that holy appointment. You are chosen, sealed, and destined. And though the world may not always understand you, heaven celebrates you. You are not random. You are not ordinary. You are marked from birth. And nothing, no force of darkness, no opinion of man, no failure of your past can undo what God has already established over you. Chosen one. Let us step deeper into the mystery of why your journey has been so heavy. You have carried burdens that seemed unbearable, weights that bent your back but did not break your spirit. Every sleepless night, every tear you cried in silence, every betrayal you endured without explanation, these were not wasted moments. They were chisels in the hand of the Master, shaping you for a destiny far greater than you could see. You were never weak for feeling pain. You were strong for carrying it and still standing. The weight you carried was never ordinary. Other people's struggles came and went quickly, but yours lingered. Other people found easy victories, but yours took time, energy, and often cost you deeply. This was not because you were cursed. It was because you were chosen. God trusted you with a heavier load because He knew your shoulders could bear it. What crushed others could only refine you. What destroyed others only trained you. Do not despise your burdens. Chosen one, they have been your secret training ground. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, we find in the book of Psalms, chapter 66, verse 10, "For you, God, tested us, you refined us like silver." Do you see it now? You were never being punished, you were being refined. Every fire was meant to burn away what was temporary, so that what was eternal in you could shine forth. Every pressure was designed to squeeze out the impurities, leaving behind only pure faith, pure courage, and pure devotion. The weight you carried has not disfigured you, it has polished you. You are a vessel prepared to carry glory because you endured the refining process. Think about it. Every time you felt you were at your breaking point, something in you refused to let go. That inner resilience was not your own. It was heaven's seal strengthening you. You were carrying an anointing that demanded endurance. And now, because of what you carried, you are prepared to stand where others could not. Your scars have become your qualifications. Your tears have become your testimony. Your pain has become your prophecy. But let us be honest. Chosen one. Carrying this weight was never easy. There were days when you wanted to quit, when the loneliness felt unbearable, when you asked God why you had to suffer so much. Those questions were never signs of weakness, they were signs of intimacy. Only those close to God wrestle with Him in the night. Only those who are marked dare to bring their raw pain into His presence. And do you know what He did with your questions? He listened. He collected your tears. He turned your anguish into a fragrance that reached His throne. Every burden you carried will now become a blessing you release. That is the mystery of being chosen. Nothing is wasted. The betrayal you endured will become wisdom for others. The rejection you faced will become comfort for those who feel forgotten. The silent seasons you endured will give you words that pierce hearts. You are not just surviving your pain, you are being equipped to heal nations through it. This is why the enemy fought you so hard. If he could make you despise your weight, he could make you despise your destiny. But you held on. Even when your faith trembled, you did not fully let go. Even when your hope seemed gone, you kept walking. That endurance is proof that you are chosen. And now, the very weight that once felt like chains is being transformed into wings. Chosen one. Pause and reflect. Would you be the person you are today without those trials? Would you carry the depth of compassion, the sharpness of discernment, the unshakable strength that you now walk in? No. Those were forged in the fire. They were born in the wilderness. They were sharpened in the silence. That is why heaven trusted you with them. God knew the pain would not destroy you. It would reveal you. So, instead of asking, "Why me?" begin to declare, "Thank you, Lord, for trusting me." Thank him that your weight had purpose. Thank him that your tears had meaning. Thank him that even in your darkest hour, his hand was still guiding you. You are not carrying unnecessary baggage. You are carrying divine evidence that you were tested and proven. You are not a victim. You are a vessel. Beloved, hear this truth. The weight you carried qualifies you for the glory that is about to be revealed. Others may not see the depth of your scars, but heaven does. And heaven is about to honor you for every silent battle you fought. The world may never understand the heaviness you bore, but the Spirit testifies that you carried it faithfully, and because of that faithfulness, your breakthrough is not a possibility, it is a certainty. Now, I ask you to engage with this word, not just with your mind, but with your spirit. Write this in the comments. I am ready. Emazer. Do not underestimate these 3 words. When you declare them, you are making a prophetic statement. You are telling heaven, earth, and the unseen realm that you accept the calling that comes with your weight. You are saying you will no longer resent the burdens you bore, but you will embrace the breakthrough they have prepared you for. You are announcing that you are ready for the next stage of destiny. These words are not just text on a screen, they are a covenant between you and the God who marked you. Chosen one, lift your eyes. The wait has not been in vain. The fire has not consumed you, it has purified you. The storms have not drowned you, they have baptized you into strength. You stand today as living proof that what was meant to break you could not succeed. And now, the same God who allowed you to be tested will exalt you in due season. The weight you carried is about to transform into the wings of your destiny. Stand firm. Breathe deeply. Trust fully. The next chapter of your story is not about what you carried, it is about what you will release. You are ready. Chosen one. There is a mystery in rejection that the world rarely understands. To be turned away, to be overlooked, to be misunderstood. These experiences have pierced you like sharp arrows. Yet in the realm of the Spirit, rejection is often the seal of preservation. Every time you were shut out, you were being redirected. Every time you were denied entry, heaven was guarding you from a counterfeit path. Rejection was never your ending, it was your protection. You must see with new eyes. Think back to the doors that closed, the relationships that broke, the opportunities that slipped away. At the time, the pain was sharp. You questioned if you were enough. You wondered if God had forgotten you. But now, as you look back, clarity begins to rise. Those rejections were redirections. They were not punishments but shields. They were God saying, "Not this way, not this person, not this plan." His hand was steering you toward the hidden prophecy written over your life. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, first letter, chapter 1, verse 27, "But God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God chose the weak things of the world to shame the strong." Chosen one. This scripture speaks directly to you. The very things that made people dismiss you are the reasons heaven selected you. What they saw as weakness was the soil for God's strength. What they saw as foolishness was the seed of divine wisdom. When they rejected you, they were not rejecting your worth. They were rejecting the mystery they could not comprehend. Rejection is not always loud. Sometimes it is silent, subtle, hidden in the glances of others or the coldness of their silence. It cuts deep because it attacks your identity. But here is the truth. Their rejection was not about you. It was about what you carried. They could not accept you because your light exposed their darkness. They could not walk with you because your path was not theirs to take. Heaven separated you so you would not compromise the mark on your life. Think of Joseph, cast aside by his brothers, thrown into a pit, and sold into slavery. To the natural eye, it looked like rejection. Yet in the unseen realm, it was redirection. Every step of betrayal was a step closer to the throne of Egypt. In the same way, your rejection has been your transportation. What looked like loss has actually carried you closer to destiny. There were people you thought would be with you forever, yet they left. There were places you thought would be your home, yet they turned you away. Each departure felt like a wound, but each was also a divine shift. God allowed them to walk away so that the weight of your calling would not be diluted. Not everyone can go where you are going. Not everyone can handle the oil that flows from your life. Rejection has separated you not to isolate you, but to preserve you. Chosen one. Consider this. Had you been accepted everywhere you desired, you would have settled for less than what heaven ordained. Acceptance would have tied you down to circles that could not contain your greatness. If every door had opened, you would have entered places that would have drained you. Instead, God allowed rejection to protect you from premature exposure. You were not ready for certain stages then. But now, because you endured the pain of being cast aside, you are prepared for the unveiling that is coming. Rejection also serves as a mirror. It reveals who you are and who you are not. It forces you to shed false identities, to let go of masks you wore to fit in. When they rejected you, it hurt. But it also revealed that you did not belong there. The rejection purified your identity. It stripped away illusions and reminded you that you were chosen. You were never created to blend into the crowd. You were created to rise above it. And yet, rejection also produces resilience. Every no you heard made you stronger. Every closed door pushed you deeper into prayer. Every betrayal drove you closer to God. You learned to lean not on the approval of people, but on the affirmation of heaven. The pain pressed you, but it also trained you. Now, you stand taller, stronger, unshaken by the opinions of men, because you know who marked you. Rejection has been your silent tutor. It taught you discernment, how to recognize who is truly for you and who is only pretending. It taught you patience, how to wait for heaven's timing instead of forcing your own way. It taught you trust, how to believe in God's unseen plan, even when everything visible screamed failure. These lessons are priceless. They have shaped you into a vessel fit for destiny. So, chosen one, do not look back at your rejection with bitterness. Look back with gratitude. Every time you were pushed out, you were being pushed forward. Every time you were overlooked, heaven was looking deeper into you. Every time you were abandoned, you were being anchored in divine presence. The ones who rejected you did not know they were pushing you closer to prophecy. Now, when you look at the scars left by rejection, do not see them as signs of shame. See them as reminders that you were set apart. Let them remind you that God's hand has always been on your life, guiding and preserving you. Where others were accepted and faded into obscurity, you were rejected and preserved for glory. Where others were welcomed into places that destroyed them, you were kept out and saved for greater things. Chosen one. Remember this: rejection is not the end of your story, it is the beginning of your testimony. You are standing today because what tried to push you down actually pushed you upward. You are breathing today because every rejection was really God's redirection. And as you step forward, you will see clearly that nothing was wasted. Not the tears, not the betrayals, not the closed doors. All of it was divine strategy to place you exactly where you need to be. Lift your eyes. What lies ahead is far greater than what lies behind. You are walking into spaces that once were hidden, doors that were once closed, favor that was once delayed. The ones who rejected you will watch as God elevates you. The very places that said no will hear heaven's yes. And you will stand not as a victim of rejection, but as a vessel of redirection, carrying the undeniable mark of God's favor. Chosen one. Pause for a moment and quiet your heart, because heaven is about to whisper what it has long concealed. The hidden prophecy that has hovered over your life is beginning to unfold. You have sensed it in dreams, glimpses, and sudden stirrings in your spirit. You have felt moments where time itself seemed to stop, where ordinary life seemed to fade, and you knew something greater was trying to reach you. That was not your imagination. That was heaven's whisper. A whisper is different from a shout. A shout is meant for the crowd, but a whisper is reserved for the intimate. When God whispers, He is not addressing everyone, He is addressing His chosen. He leans close to those He has set apart, speaking mysteries that cannot be caught by casual ears. That is what is happening now. You are not here by accident. You are here because heaven has drawn you into a secret conversation. As Jesus Himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 10, verse 27, "What I tell you in the dark, speak in the daylight. What is whispered in your ear, proclaim from the roofs." I'll chosen one. Hear this carefully. Heaven does not waste whispers. Every time God has whispered to you in your midnight prayers, in the stirring of your heart, in the silence of your pain, it was a seed of prophecy planted within you. What He spoke in the dark will one day shine in the light. The very things He whispered in secret will soon become declarations over nations. But for now, you must learn to treasure the whisper. Do not rush past it. Do not drown it out with noise. The whisper of God is your compass. It carries both instruction and assurance. It tells you not only who you are, but where you are going. It may not always make sense in the moment, but every whisper is a puzzle piece. And soon, the picture will be clear. Think back to the times when you felt nudged to turn left instead of right, to walk away from certain people, to delay decisions you wanted to make quickly. Those nudges were whispers. Think of the sudden peace that came when you prayed. Even though your circumstances had not changed, that was a whisper. The hidden prophecy of your life has been woven together through these subtle yet powerful communications from heaven. Chosen one. Heaven's whisper also protects you. If God had shouted every detail of your destiny from the start, the enemy would have used it to destroy you. But by whispering, he concealed the plan until the appointed time. That is why parts of your life have seemed unclear. That is why you have walked in seasons where you did not have all the answers. God was whispering piece by piece, so that no enemy could intercept the full prophecy. Now, the whisper is growing louder. What once felt like faint hints is turning into clear direction. Heaven is unfolding what was sealed, and your spirit knows it, because deep down, you feel the shift. You sense that something is breaking open, that what you have been waiting for is finally within reach. The whisper has become a trumpet, and it is declaring, your time has come. Yet, remember, the whisper was never meant for you alone. It was entrusted to you so that you could carry it to others. As the scripture declared, what you hear in the dark, you will speak in the light. Your breakthrough is not only personal, it is generational. Your obedience to the whisper will release blessings to those connected to you. That is why the prophecy is sacred. It is not just about your life, it is about the lives tied to your destiny. Beloved, I need to share this with you in the same tender way heaven has whispered it. Value what you are receiving here. Do not let it pass like another passing word. Guard it, treasure it, and let it shape your steps. And if these words stir something deep within you, let that stirring move you to respond. One way you can honor the whisper is by sharing it. Share it with those who need to hear it. Because heaven's whisper to you may be the confirmation they have been waiting for. And yes, stay connected. If you have not yet done so, subscribe to this space, not because of numbers, but because each message is another whisper of destiny meant to build you, guide you, and prepare you, like what you hear, if it resonates, so that it becomes anchored in your own spirit. Share, not for recognition, but so the whisper multiplies beyond you. This is not about me, it is about us stewarding heaven's whisper faithfully together. Chosen one. You have not endured in vain. The whispers you received in your darkest nights were real. They were heaven preparing you for the unveiling. You are stepping into the moment where the whispers converge into clarity. Hold on, stay attentive, and keep your heart open. The hidden prophecy is not a distant dream, it is unfolding before your eyes. And nothing can silence it now. Chosen one, lean in. Now, because what is being revealed in this season goes beyond coincidence. It is alignment. Heaven often communicates not only through words, but also through patterns, timings, and signs that repeat until you finally recognize them. These are prophetic numbers, markers that declare you are in step with divine order. You have seen them, haven't you? Numbers that appear again and again on clocks, receipts, pages, or unexpected places, whispering, pay attention. This is not random. These numbers are not empty symbols. They are confirmations that heaven is synchronizing your steps with destiny. You are not drifting aimlessly. Every detail of your life, even down to the numbers you notice, is a testimony that God is guiding you. Patterns emerge because your journey is patterned after prophecy. You are not walking in chaos, you are walking in divine mathematics, where heaven calculates every step for your good. The ancient words recorded in Romans, chapter 8, verse 28 declare, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love him, who have been called according to his purpose." End of chosen one. When you see numbers repeat, remember this. They are reminders that all things are being woven together for your good. Even the pain, even the delays, even the mysteries you don't yet understand, God has numbered your days. And each one has meaning. You were never meant to live in randomness. You were meant to walk in alignment. Think of how creation itself testifies in numbers. The heavens declare, order the sun rising on schedule, the moon marking seasons, the stars fixed in their places. Nature itself is patterned with precision. The God who set the stars in place is the same God who has numbered the hairs on your head. So when numbers repeat around you, it is not superstition. It is a whisper of alignment. It is God saying, I have counted your steps, and they are leading to destiny. You may wonder, why does heaven speak in numbers? Because numbers cannot be altered by opinions. They are pure, constant, unchanging. Just as 1 + 1 will always equal 2, so too will God's word over your life remain constant, unshakable, unmoved by circumstances. Numbers are heaven's reminder that destiny is fixed. What has been written cannot be erased. Chosen one. Some numbers declare completion. Some declare new beginnings. Others declare covenant. Others declare breakthrough. Pay attention, for the Spirit often confirms your season with these patterns. The moment you align your heart, the veil lifts, and you begin to see that heaven has been speaking all along. Consider the times you caught yourself glancing at a clock exactly at the same time for days. That repetition was not chance. Consider the times you noticed totals on receipts or messages with the same sequence again and again. That was not coincidence. Heaven has been guiding you with a language older than words. The numbers you will begin to notice now are prophetic confirmations that the hidden prophecy is unfolding. These are not to be idolized, but to be acknowledged. They point you back to the one who holds time in his hands. They remind you that your life is not drifting, it is being divinely numbered. Do not dismiss what heaven is doing. To ignore the numbers is to ignore the signs. To embrace them is to embrace your place in God's eternal order. This is your moment to recognize. Heaven is marking your path so clearly that you cannot miss it. Chosen one. Here is how you engage with this revelation. When you notice the patterns, pause. Do not rush past them. Ask the Spirit, what are you saying to me in this? Often, the number will align with Scripture, with prophecy, or with timing in your life. The Spirit will confirm the meaning in your heart. These confirmations will strengthen you, reminding you that you are not alone. You are being guided step by step. Every number carries a whisper, but every whisper carries a weight. That weight is destiny. That weight is breakthrough. And that weight is what you are stepping into now. The patterns around you are evidence that the prophecy is unfolding. that you are closer than you think, that heaven is numbering your steps in preparation for what is to come. Now, I ask you to seal this truth with a prophetic act. Comment the number 444 below. This is more than digits. It is alignment, stability, and foundation. By writing it, you declare that your life is being built on heaven's design, not man's confusion. You are saying, I receive divine order. I choose alignment. I step into stability. These 3 digits are a prophetic yes to the whisper of God in numbers. Do not underestimate this act. Every word you speak, every symbol you embrace, becomes a testimony in the unseen realm. When you declare 444, you are agreeing with heaven that your steps are numbered. Your foundation is secure, and your destiny is unshakable. Beloved, chosen one. The patterns you are seeing are not accidents. They are confirmations that heaven is near. You have been asking for signs, and God is answering. Do not despise the small confirmations, for they point to the great unveiling. Numbers have always been heaven's language. From the 7 days of creation to the 12 tribes of Israel, to the 40 days of testing, and now, heaven is using them to guide you. Pay attention. Your eyes are being opened to see the fingerprints of God in places you once overlooked. Your ears are being sharpened to hear the whisper behind the numbers, and your spirit is being strengthened to walk in faith, knowing that your steps are ordered by the Lord. Chosen one. Let your heart rest in this truth. You are not wandering. You are aligned. You are not lost. You are numbered. You are not forgotten. You are marked with patterns that heaven itself has written into the story of your life. The hidden prophecy is unfolding not only in words, but in numbers, and you are stepping into perfect synchronization with heaven's timing. Chosen one. Now, you must understand why the darkness has fought you so fiercely. The enemy does not waste his energy on those who pose no threat. He reserves his fiercest battles for those who carry the most light. From the moment you were marked, you became a target. The forces of darkness recognized the seal upon you even before you did, and they trembled. Every trial you have endured, every attack that seemed to come from nowhere, every sudden storm, it was not random. It was evidence that your rising terrifies the enemy. Think carefully. Why do you think the opposition has been so relentless? Why have you faced betrayals from those closest to you? Setbacks that made no sense. Warfare that felt far greater than your own strength. It is because the enemy is not fighting who you were yesterday. He is fighting who you are becoming. He sees what is written in heaven's scrolls about your life. He knows the prophecy unfolding over you, and he fears its fulfillment. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. Chosen one. This verse is a reminder that fear is not your inheritance, power is, love is, clarity of mind is. The enemy's tactic has always been to sow fear, confusion, and doubt into the hearts of the chosen. He whispers lies into your mind, hoping you will shrink back from the very calling that frightens him. But the truth is that he is more afraid of you than you could ever be of him. Your presence alone carries a weight in the spirit. You shift atmospheres when you walk into a room. The enemy knows that if you fully step into your calling, chains will break, strongholds will crumble, and captives will be set free. That is why he tried to silence you, to distract you, to convince you that you are powerless. Yet even in your weakness, heaven's strength has prevailed. You are still here, still standing, still chosen. Consider this. The enemy tried to use rejection to break you, but it preserved you. He tried to use heaviness to crush you, but it refined you. He tried to use delay to discourage you, but it positioned you. Every weapon he formed against you was turned into a tool for your preparation. You are proof that no scheme of darkness can undo what heaven has ordained. Beloved, do not be deceived. The fact that you have faced warfare is not a sign of weakness, it is a sign of worth. You do not fight empty battles. You fight because you carry something worth stealing. You fight because your light disrupts the plans of darkness. The more intense the warfare, the clearer the proof of your calling. The enemy has always been terrified of your awakening. He knows that once you realize who you are, his influence loses power. That is why he tried to bury you in shame, guilt, and fear. That is why he magnified your failures and whispered that you are not enough. But those were lies. Chosen one. Lies meant to keep you from stepping into your authority. In reality, you are already victorious. The battles you have fought have revealed the resilience of your spirit. You did not crumble when the storm came. You did not surrender when the pressure increased. You may have bent, but you did not break. And now, every scar you bear is a testimony that you overcame what was meant to destroy you. The fear of the enemy is rooted in the fact that he cannot undo your destiny. He knows his time is short. He knows his schemes will fail. His only weapon is deception, to convince you that you are powerless, to make you believe that you are alone. But the truth is, heaven fights for you. You are surrounded by unseen armies, angels on assignment to guard your steps. That is why the attacks have not consumed you, because heaven has been your shield all along. Chosen one. Realize this: the greater the resistance, the greater the anointing. The weight of your battles reveals the weight of your destiny. The darkness would not resist you so violently if you were not carrying a light strong enough to break its hold. You are not being attacked because you are weak. You are being attacked because you are dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. So, lift your head. Shake off the lies. See your warfare for what it truly is, a signpost pointing to your rising. Every battle you fight is confirmation that heaven's prophecy over you is true. You are not cursed, you are chosen. You are not defeated, you are refined. And the enemy's fear of you is proof that your breakthrough is closer than ever. Think of how many times you should have been destroyed, but you weren't. How many times you should have lost your mind, but peace held you. How many times you should have been consumed by despair, but hope rose again. That resilience is not natural, it is supernatural. It is the Spirit of God within you, strengthening you beyond your own capacity. The enemy sees it, and it terrifies him. Chosen one, let your heart be steady. You do not need to fear the darkness, because the darkness already fears you. Stand firm in your identity. Clothe yourself in the truth of who you are. Walk boldly, knowing that every step you take advances the kingdom of light. Do not retreat. Do not shrink. Do not doubt. You are the embodiment of prophecy, fulfilled, and your very existence is a declaration of victory. The enemy fears your rising because he knows what it will unleash. He knows that when you step fully into your assignment, lives will be changed, chains will be broken, and generations will be impacted. That is why he fought so hard to stop you, but he failed. You are still here, and you are rising, and nothing, no scheme, no weapon, no curse can stop what heaven has ordained. Chosen one. Let us turn to the silence of the wilderness, for in it lies a secret many overlook. You may remember seasons when your prayers seemed unanswered, when heaven felt quiet, and your life seemed paused while others raced ahead. That wilderness season was not a punishment, it was a preparation. God hid you in silence, not to forget you, but to preserve you until the appointed time. The wilderness is a strange place. It strips away distractions, leaving you face to face with your own heart. In that barrenness, every false comfort fades. Every counterfeit voice grows faint, and the only thing left is the whisper of God. It is a place where masks fall off and where the true self emerges. Painful, yes, but also holy. For in the wilderness, you are not destroyed, you are transformed. The prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 19, verse 12. And after the earthquake came a fire, but the Lord was not in the fire. And after the fire came a gentle whisper, Do you see? Beloved, God is not always in the noise, the crowd, or the dramatic signs. He often reveals himself in the whisper, the stillness, the silence. That is what your wilderness was about. It was God's way of tuning your ears to his frequency, so that when the world clamored for your attention, you would still recognize his gentle voice. Chosen one. You may have thought you were abandoned in that season. You may have cried, "Where are you, Lord?" when everything seemed dry and lifeless. But in truth, he was closer than ever. Like a gardener who covers a seed in soil, God buried you in obscurity so that your roots could grow deep. Growth in the wilderness is hidden, unseen by others, but it is the most crucial growth of all. Without deep roots, a tree cannot survive the storms. Without the wilderness, you would not be able to withstand what is ahead. The silence also trained your discernment. When you could not hear clear answers, you learned to trust in God's character. When doors did not open, you learned patience. When people left you alone, you learned that his presence was enough. The wilderness stripped away your dependence on the approval of others, forcing you to find your identity in him alone. That identity, forged in silence, cannot be shaken by applause or criticism. Consider Moses, who spent 40 years hidden in the desert before leading Israel out of Egypt. Consider David, who tended sheep in obscurity before being anointed king. Consider even Jesus, who was led into the wilderness before his ministry began. Each of them was hidden, stripped of distractions, refined by silence. And so were you? Your wilderness is part of this divine pattern, a holy preparation for the unveiling of your calling. You may not have seen it then, but every lonely night, every unanswered prayer, every delay was sharpening you. It was removing the noise of the world so that you could recognize the whisper of God. Others may have looked at your life and thought you were falling behind, but heaven knew you were being equipped. What you gained in the wilderness cannot be taken from you. It is eternal. Chosen one. The wilderness also revealed who truly belonged in your story. Notice how some people left during your silent seasons. Notice how those who once seemed close grew distant. That was intentional. God allowed the wilderness to filter your relationships, to separate the temporary from the eternal. Those who could not endure your silence were never meant to stand in your breakthrough. And those who remained are those heaven assigned to walk with you into the future. Though the wilderness felt endless, it was always temporary. Seasons shift. What begins as silence eventually ends in song. You are stepping out of the wilderness now, carrying treasures that only silence can give. You have resilience where there once was fragility. You have clarity where there once was confusion. You have depth where there once was only surface. You are no longer who you were before the wilderness. You have been refined into someone new. Beloved, the wilderness taught you that God's timing is perfect. You learned to wait without losing hope, to walk without seeing the full path, to trust even when you could not trace His hand. These are not small lessons. They are the foundations of destiny. The hidden prophecy written over you could not unfold without this training. For if you had risen too soon, without roots, without discernment, without patience, the weight of your calling would have crushed you. But now, because of the wilderness, you are ready. Look at yourself now. You carry authority you did not have before. You recognize truth more quickly. You sense danger before it comes. You hear God's whisper more clearly. These are the fruits of your hidden season. Do not despise it. Honor it. For the wilderness was not your prison, it was your preparation room. Chosen one. Remember this always. Silence is not absence. Delay is not denial. Hiding is not forgetting. The wilderness was proof that God believed in your future so much that He would not let you step into it unprepared. The fact that you endured it means you are qualified for what comes next. So, walk boldly. The wilderness is behind you, but its treasures remain within you. You have learned to thrive in silence. And that is why you will not be shaken in noise. You have learned to be content in obscurity. And that is why fame cannot corrupt you. You have learned to cling to God in emptiness. And that is why abundance will not distract you. Chosen one. Lift your eyes to the horizon. The wilderness season is ending, and the promised land is drawing near. Every step you take now carries the weight of what you learned in silence. You are stronger, wiser, and more anchored than ever before. And as you move forward, know this truth. The wilderness was not wasted. It was the womb of your destiny, the secret place where heaven prepared you for glory. Chosen one. It is time to expose the voices of distraction that have tried to surround you. From the beginning of your journey, heaven has been whispering truth into your spirit, but the enemy has tried to drown it out with noise. These voices may have come through people, through culture, through your own fears, or through subtle whispers in your mind that made you doubt who you are. The goal of these voices has always been the same: to pull you away from destiny. Some distractions are obvious. They tempt you openly, urging you to abandon your values for fleeting pleasure. But others are subtle, wearing the mask of opportunity, friendship, or even wisdom. These voices seem helpful at first, but beneath their surface lies poison. That is why discernment is essential for you. Chosen one. You cannot afford to give your ears to every sound, your attention to every offer, or your heart to every influence. Your destiny is too precious, Your calling too holy. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah. Chapter 6, verse 16. This is what the Lord says. Stand at the crossroads and look. Ask for the ancient paths. Ask where the good way is, and walk in it, and you will find rest. This verse reveals the truth. You are always standing at a crossroads. The voices around you try to guide your steps, but only one path is the good way. To find it, you must silence the noise and tune your spirit to the whisper of God. Without that clarity, you risk wandering down roads that look safe but lead to ruin. Think about it. Beloved, how many times did a voice try to convince you to quit? How many times did people laugh at your dreams, mock your faith, or dismiss your vision as impossible? Those were not harmless words. They were attempts to choke the seed of prophecy planted inside you. The enemy knows he cannot erase what God has written, but he can try to smother it with lies until you stop believing it. Distractions also come through counterfeit relationships. People who seemed like friends, but secretly pulled you away from your calling. Their words planted doubt. Their actions drained your spirit, and their presence blurred your focus. Yet even these distractions had purpose. They revealed what you must let go of to rise. Not everyone is meant to travel with you into destiny. The voices that do not align with heaven must be silenced. No matter how familiar they feel, there are also inner voices, the echoes of your own fears and insecurities. They whisper, "You are not enough. You will never succeed. You are alone." These lies often feel louder than any external distraction because they attack from within. But remember, chosen one, those voices are not your own. They are seeds planted by the enemy, hoping to make you believe a false identity. Your true voice is the one heaven placed in you, a voice of courage, faith, and conviction. Recognize this. Distractions are not always evil in appearance. Sometimes they look like good opportunities that arrive at the wrong time. Sometimes they sound like wisdom, but lack the Spirit's confirmation. Sometimes they come clothed in urgency, pressuring you to move before you are ready. But the Spirit teaches you to wait, to test, to discern. Not every open door is from God. Not every loud voice is truth. Not every hand extended is meant to guide you forward. Chosen one. This is why silence has been so important. The wilderness stripped away many voices so you could learn the sound of God's whisper. Now, with that training, you must walk carefully. Guard your ears as much as you guard your heart. Do not give space to voices that lead you astray. You are called to clarity, not confusion. You are chosen for destiny, not distraction. And let us not forget, the greatest danger of distraction is delay. Every moment spent listening to the wrong voice is a moment stolen from your breakthrough. The enemy knows he cannot stop you, but he hopes to slow you. He hopes to drain your energy so that when the appointed time arrives, you feel too weary to rise. But this, chosen one, will not be your story. You are awakening to the truth. The voices of distraction have been unmasked. Their power over you is broken. Now you must decide. Whose voice will you follow? Will you let lies dictate your path? Or will you anchor yourself in the whisper of God? Will you let fear lead? Or will you walk by faith? The choice is before you, and heaven waits for your agreement. So let this be your declaration. I hear you, Lord. Write it in the comments as an act of faith. These 4 words may seem simple, but they are a prophetic stand. You are declaring that among all the voices, you choose the voice of God. You are announcing to heaven and to the unseen realm that you will no longer be swayed by distraction. You are saying that your ears, your heart, your future belong only to the one who chose you. Beloved, distractions will not stop knocking, but you now carry discernment. You now carry authority to silence the noise. The whisper of God will guide you when the voices of men confuse you. The Spirit within you will confirm truth when lies try to take root. And as you walk forward, clarity will be your companion. Focus will be your strength, and obedience will be your crown. Lift your head, chosen one. The voices that once confused you are fading. The truth that was once hidden is shining. You are no longer tossed between opinions. You are anchored in destiny. The hidden prophecy unfolding in your life cannot be stolen by lies, cannot be delayed by distractions, cannot be silenced by counterfeit voices. You are rising with clarity, and nothing will hinder your steps. Chosen one. The moment has come to speak of the hidden scroll, a revelation sealed not for the crowd, but for the consecrated. There are mysteries that God does not reveal to everyone. They are treasures concealed until the right time, waiting for the right vessel. You are such a vessel. The hidden scroll of your destiny has been preserved, written long before your first breath, and it is now beginning to unroll before your eyes. This scroll is not paper and ink. It is spiritual, written by the hand of God Himself. It carries instructions, promises, and assignments designed specifically for you, what others cannot understand. You are beginning to discern what others overlook. You are being trained to see. Heaven has reserved secrets for you because your heart has endured testing, silence, and rejection. The scroll is only entrusted to those proven faithful. It is written in the book of Revelation, chapter 5, verse 1. Then I saw, in the right hand of him who sat on the throne, a scroll with writing on both sides, and sealed with 7 seals. The sealed scroll is a picture of mysteries not yet revealed, destinies not yet unlocked. But when the time arrives, when the seal is broken, the hidden becomes visible. Chosen one. That is where you stand now. The seals over your life are breaking. What was once mystery is turning into clarity. What was once concealed is now unfolding. Think of the seasons when you felt lost, when nothing made sense. That was because the scroll was still sealed. You only had glimpses, fragments of dreams, hints of vision, whispers of prophecy. But now, the seal is loosening. The fragments are coming together into a full picture. The purpose you long to understand is being revealed piece by piece. The hidden scroll also contains your unique assignment. You were not created to wander aimlessly. Your life carries a divine blueprint. There are people only you can reach, battles only you can fight, and victories only you can secure. The scroll defines your place in heaven's story, and no one can take it from you. The enemy tried. Yes, through distraction, rejection, heaviness, but he failed. The scroll remains intact, waiting for this hour. Beloved, realize this. The unveiling of your scroll is not just for your benefit. It is for those connected to your obedience. Every act of courage you take unlocks doors for others. Every step you take in alignment with the scroll sets captives free. Your destiny is not isolated, it is interwoven with many. That is why the enemy fought so hard to keep you blind to it. But now, your eyes are opening, and you cannot be stopped. The scroll also carries promises, prophetic declarations written by God Himself. Promises that storms cannot erase, that time cannot dilute, that enemies cannot cancel. Even when you doubted, the promises remained. Even when you strayed, they were not withdrawn. Even when you felt unworthy, they were still written. These promises are being reactivated as the scroll unfolds, reminding you that God's word does not return void. But here is the mystery. The scroll demands response. Revelation is never meant for storage. It is meant for action. What God reveals, you must walk in. What He whispers, you must obey. What He shows you, you must steward faithfully. This is not the hour for hesitation. This is the hour to rise and align yourself with what is being revealed. The scroll is not merely a prophecy, it is a mandate. Chosen one. As you hear this, let your spirit awaken. Do not treat this lightly. Heaven has chosen this moment to remind you of the hidden scroll within your life. This is not entertainment. This is not coincidence. This is heaven breaking the seal so that you may step into what was written long ago. Every tear you cried, every night you endured, every battle you fought was leading you here. Now, I ask you to value what is being entrusted to you. Share this word so others who feel lost may realize their scroll is waiting too. Like this message, if it has stirred something deep within you, it is not about numbers, but about agreement, about saying yes in your spirit. And if you have not yet, subscribe to remain connected. Because what we are walking through together is not a single message, but an unfolding journey of revelation. Each word builds upon the last. Each section reveals another piece of the scroll. You do not want to miss what heaven continues to unveil. Below, chosen one. Lift your head. The scroll is opening. The seals are breaking. The mysteries once hidden are being revealed in your life. You are not forgotten. You are not overlooked. You are not random. You are chosen. And heaven's hand has preserved your destiny for such a time as this. Step forward boldly, for the scroll is not silent, it is alive. And it is speaking now. Chosen one. You must now understand the weight of your victories, the ones no one saw. Much of your battle has been fought in silence, away from recognition, unseen by those around you. Yet, in the unseen realm, every prayer you whispered, every temptation you resisted, every tear you turned into faith was a victory that shook foundations of darkness. You may not have realized it at the time, but heaven and hell both knew the power of your endurance. Your victories were not measured in applause or in the praise of others. They were measured in the moments you chose obedience when compromise was easier. They were counted in the times you forgave when bitterness begged to stay. They were sealed in the hours you pressed into prayer when your strength was gone. These victories, though invisible to men, terrified the unseen realm, because every time you stood firm, you proved that the spirit within you is greater than any opposition against you. The Word of God declares in the book of Psalms, chapter 23, verse 4, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil. For you are with me, your rod and your staff. They comfort me." Beloved, you have walked through valleys so dark that no one else understood the depth of your pain. Yet in those valleys, you discovered the presence of God in ways you never would have on the mountaintop. You did not collapse under the weight of fear because His rod and staff carried you. The unseen victories were forged in those valleys battles where no one applauded, but heaven crowned you in secret. Understand this: the greatest warriors of the Spirit are not those who make noise in the open, but those who win in silence. The battles fought behind closed doors, where only you and God know the cost, are the ones that shift nations. The enemy knows this, which is why he tried so hard to overwhelm you with loneliness, shame, or silence. He hoped that if no one saw your struggle, you would believe it was meaningless. But the truth is the opposite. Unseen victories are often the most powerful. Think of David before he faced Goliath. No one applauded him when he fought lions and bears in the field. Those battles were hidden, unnoticed by his family, unrecorded by history. Yet those unseen victories prepared him for the public triumph over Goliath. In the same way, your unseen victories are preparing you for what is to come. What you conquered in secret has qualified you for assignments that will soon be revealed. Every time you resisted temptation in silence, chains broke in the spirit realm. Every time you prayed when no one listened, doors opened in the unseen. Every time you lifted your head after being knocked down, you proclaimed victory over the enemy. These small, hidden moments are not small at all. They are foundations of destiny. Without them, you could not carry what is coming. Chosen one. Never despise the seasons when your victories went unnoticed. They are written in the scroll of heaven. The angels witnessed them. The Father delighted in them. Your tears were recorded. Your prayers were gathered. Your endurance was celebrated. The applause of men fades quickly, but the recognition of heaven is eternal. And heaven has seen you. Heaven has marked every unseen victory as evidence that you are faithful. The unseen realm also reveals another truth. Your victories carry generational impact. When you broke cycles of fear, you did not only free yourself, you shifted something in your bloodline. When you chose holiness in private, you opened doors for those who will walk after you. When you endured trials without giving up, you carved a path for others to follow. These victories are not just yours, they are legacies. They ripple forward into the lives of those who will come after you. That is why the enemy hated your perseverance. He knew your victories were not isolated. He saw the ripple effect. He feared the testimony that would emerge from your endurance. So he tried to silence you, to convince you that what you were fighting for didn't matter. But you did not stop. You kept pressing, and every unseen victory became a stone in the foundation of the kingdom God is building through you. Chosen one. Reflect for a moment. Do you realize how many storms you survived that should have broken you? Do you realize how many times the enemy thought he had you cornered? Yet you rose again. You may see yourself as weak, but heaven sees you as a warrior. Your unseen victories testify louder than any sermon, for they are lived out in blood, sweat, and tears. Your journey proves this truth. True strength is not always loud. Sometimes it is quiet, resilience, endurance, unseen faith. True strength is standing when no one is watching, believing when no one is clapping, holding on when no one is cheering. That strength terrifies the enemy, because it cannot be shaken by public opinion or external validation. It is rooted in God alone. Beloved, let this comfort you. Nothing you endured was wasted. Every unseen battle mattered. Every quiet victory was counted. You may not see the full fruit yet, but you will. And when it comes, it will not only bless you, it will testify to the world that unseen faith builds unshakable destinies. So, walk boldly into the next chapter. Do not be ashamed of your scars. Do not belittle the hidden battles you fought. Wear them as crowns, for they are proof of your faithfulness. The unseen victories of yesterday are the foundation for the revealed victories of tomorrow. You are stepping into a season where what was once hidden will be displayed, and the world will see what heaven has long celebrated. Chosen one. Your unseen victories terrify darkness, but they delight heaven. Stand tall. You are not just a survivor of battles, you are a conqueror of realms unseen. And though others may never fully understand, the one who chose you knows every detail. He has crowned you already in secret. And soon, what he has sealed privately will be revealed publicly. Chosen one. There comes a moment when heaven accelerates what was once delayed, when the slumber of the past season suddenly breaks into awakening. That moment is now. You may have felt stuck, as if your prayers were circling without answers, as if your waiting stretched longer than you could endure. But the atmosphere has shifted. What was once slow is about to be made fast. What was once hidden is being revealed. What was once dormant is coming alive. Heaven is stirring you into sudden awakening. An awakening is not gentle. It is disruptive. It shakes you out of complacency. It interrupts your routines. It demands your attention. You may notice unusual restlessness in your spirit, a stirring you cannot explain, dreams that feel more vivid, or even a heightened awareness of the presence of God. These are not coincidences. They are signals that heaven has placed you in a season of sudden awakening. It was proclaimed in the second letter to the Ephesians, chapter 5, verse 14. Wake up, sleeper, rise from the dead, and Christ will shine on you. Chosen one. This verse echoes like a trumpet blast in your soul. Wake up, rise up, shake off the dust of your past seasons. You cannot remain in the slumber of delay, for heaven is shining upon you now. The sudden awakening is not merely for your awareness, it is for your activation. Think of how seeds remain hidden in the soil for a long time. They appear lifeless, but deep inside, life is preparing. Then, suddenly, at the right moment, the seed bursts through the ground. That sudden breaking is not random, it is the result of unseen preparation. So it is with you. Your years of endurance, your wilderness silence, your unseen victories. They were roots growing beneath the surface. Now the awakening has come. You are breaking through. This sudden awakening comes with clarity. Where confusion once clouded your vision, you will see clearly. Where doubt once whispered, faith will roar. Where fear once chained you, courage will rise. It is as if a veil is being lifted from your eyes, allowing you to see not just who you are, but who you are becoming. You are awakening to destiny, and the time for hesitation is over. Beloved, sudden awakening also means sudden shifts. You may see relationships change quickly, doors open unexpectedly, or opportunities arise without warning. Do not fear these changes. They are not chaos, they are acceleration. The Spirit is rearranging your environment to align you with your next breakthrough. Some things may fall away swiftly, but it is only to make room for what is coming. Be attentive. Chosen one. In this season, distractions will lose their grip, and priorities will sharpen. You will feel drawn to prayer, to fasting, to deeper intimacy with God. This hunger is evidence of awakening. Do not ignore it. Feed it. Every step you take toward God in this season will multiply quickly. Every small act of obedience will yield great fruit. The awakening has opened a window of acceleration. Do not let it pass you by. Sudden awakening also awakens authority. You will notice that your prayers carry weight, that your words bring impact, that your presence shifts atmospheres. This is not arrogance, it is alignment. Heaven is awakening you to walk in the authority you were always meant to carry. You are not merely surviving, you are governing. You are not just enduring, you are advancing. Do not be surprised if resistance rises as well. The enemy fears your awakening. He knows that once you rise, you will shake his grip over people and places. That is why distractions may try one last time to cling to you. But do not be deceived. You are awake now, and the power of awareness cannot be taken back. What you see, you cannot unsee. What you know, you cannot unknow. Your awakening has sealed your path forward. Chosen one. This is the moment to declare your agreement with heaven. It is not enough to sense awakening. You must claim it. You must stand in faith and declare that you will no longer slumber, you will no longer delay, you will no longer hide. You are awake, and you are ready. So as a prophetic act, write this number in the comments, 888. This number is not random. It signifies new beginnings, multiplied and awakening into cycles of resurrection, fresh starts, and divine abundance. By declaring it, you are testifying that your awakening is complete, that your spirit has risen into alignment, that you are stepping into the new season heaven has prepared. Understand the weight of this act. When you write 888, you are not just typing digits. You are proclaiming to heaven and earth that you accept the sudden awakening. You are sealing with your own agreement that you will walk in the light Christ shines upon you. You are saying, I am awake. I am alive. I am ready. Beloved, this awakening is not only for you, it is for all who are connected to your life, your family, your friends, your community. They will feel the ripple effect of your rising. Chains that bound others will break because of your obedience. Darkness that covered your circle will lift because of your light. Your awakening is a signal that breakthrough is at hand, not just for you, but for many. So lift your head, take a deep breath, feel the shift in your spirit. Heaven has declared it. The season of slumber has ended, and the season of awakening has begun. You are not who you were yesterday. You are not who fear said you were. You are awakened, chosen, and marked for this exact moment. Walk boldly into it. Chosen one. Do you realize what your very presence carries? You are not simply a person walking through life unnoticed. You are a carrier of light. That light within you is not small, fragile, or ordinary. It is a flame ignited by heaven, a spark of the eternal fire of God, and it cannot be extinguished. Wherever you go, darkness trembles, because it recognizes the authority of the light you carry. Many times, you have wondered why people seem drawn to you without explanation. Strangers open up to you. Wounded souls feel safe in your presence. And even those carrying heavy burdens find peace when you are near. This is not coincidence. It is the light in you breaking chains around them. It is the spirit within you radiating outward, touching hearts even when you do not speak. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 36, verse 9, "For with you is the fountain of life. In your light we see light." Lo, beloved, this scripture reveals the truth. The light within you is not your own. It flows from the fountain of life himself. It is borrowed glory, entrusted to you so that others may find hope through you. That is why you cannot blend into darkness. That is why environments shift when you arrive. You are carrying a divine current, and the unseen realm knows it. Do you remember the times when people reacted strongly to you without cause, either being unusually drawn to you or strangely resistant to you? This is because light always provokes response. For those longing for freedom, your light feels like warmth. For those clinging to darkness, your light feels like exposure. But whether embraced or resisted, your light cannot be ignored. Chosen one, you may have underestimated the weight of your presence. You may have thought, "I'm just one person. What difference can I make?" But in the spirit, you are not just one. You are a carrier of a heavenly flame. Every word you speak, every prayer you release, every step you take releases ripples in the unseen. Even in silence, your very being declares truth. This is why your life has been marked by unusual challenges. The enemy knows that if he can dim your light, he can keep many others in darkness. He has tried to cover you with shame, to overwhelm you with fear, to bury you beneath despair, all in an attempt to smother the flame. But he has failed. The fire within you cannot be quenched, because it was lit by heaven. Consider this: when a single candle enters a dark room, the darkness does not debate, it retreats. Light does not struggle to overcome darkness, it simply shines, and darkness flees. So it is with you. You do not need to strive to prove your worth. You only need to be who you are, a carrier of light. Wherever you shine, darkness has no choice but to retreat. Chosen one, the light within you is also a guide. For those lost in confusion, it becomes direction. For those weary in despair, it becomes hope. For those chained in bondage, it becomes freedom. You are more than a survivor. You are a torchbearer. You are walking proof that light triumphs over darkness. That is why God has allowed you to endure seasons of pain, so that your light would burn brighter, more refined, more unshakable. This light is not fragile. It has endured storms, but storms only made it stronger. It has been pressed, but pressure only made it shine clearer. You are living proof of what Paul wrote about treasure in jars of clay. The vessel may be fragile, but the treasure inside is eternal. You may feel ordinary, but what you carry is extraordinary. Your light is also contagious. When you walk in your true identity, others around you catch sparks of your flame. Your courage ignites courage in them. Your faith awakens faith in them. Your hope stirs hope in them. Without trying, you become a catalyst for change. This is why people look to you without knowing why they are drawn to the light within you. A light they themselves are hungry for. Chosen one. Do not hide your light. Do not dim it to make others comfortable. Do not shrink back out of fear of rejection. The world needs your brightness. There are people wandering in darkness who will only find their way because of the light you carry. If you hide it, their path remains dim. But if you shine, they will see hope again. Remember this: light is most powerful in darkness. It does not fear shadows, it exposes them. Do not despise the places where God sends you, even if they feel heavy or dark. It is in those very places that your light shines brightest. You are not sent to hide, you are sent to reveal. Chosen one. Think of all you have endured: the wilderness, the rejection, the unseen victories. All of these have been preparing you for this truth, to walk boldly as a carrier of light. Heaven entrusted you with this flame because you were faithful in seasons of silence. Now, it is time to release what you carry, not with striving, but simply by being who you are, a chosen vessel filled with divine fire. Do not doubt the difference you make, even when you feel unnoticed. The spirit realm knows who you are. Even when your impact seems small, heaven measures it differently. Every smile you give, every prayer you whisper, every act of kindness you sow is amplified by the light within you. You are not just one person, you are a beacon chosen by God. So, beloved, walk with courage. Let your presence remind the world that light still triumphs. Let your words drip with life. Your actions radiate hope. Your very being testify of the one who chose you. Do not apologize for the weight you carry. It is holy. Do not underestimate the light within you. It is eternal. Chosen one. You are a carrier of light. Shine. Even when others resist. Shine. Even when shadows surround. Shine. Because it is who you are. And as you shine, know this: you are fulfilling prophecy. You are becoming the answer to prayers you may never hear. You are setting captives free. Even when they do not thank you, you are lighting paths for generations yet to come. Your light is not small. It is not fragile. It is not ordinary. It is heaven's gift to the earth. Entrusted to you, the chosen one. Chosen one. There is a roar rising within you, a strength that has long been hidden, but is now awakening. For too long, fear tried to silence you, insecurity tried to chain you, and doubt tried to weaken your resolve. But deep within your spirit lies a lion, a boldness, a courage, an authority that has been waiting for the right season to emerge. That season is now. Fear once dictated your steps. It whispered that you were unworthy, that you were powerless, that you were alone. It convinced you to remain silent when you should have spoken, to remain still when you should have moved. But every time you resisted, every time you pressed forward, despite trembling, you fed the lion within you. Every act of courage, no matter how small, strengthened its roar. And now, fear no longer has the power it once held. It is written in the book of Proverbs, chapter 28, verse 1, "The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." This scripture is not merely poetic, it is prophetic. It declares who you are. You are not one who flees, not one who hides, not one who bows to intimidation. You are righteous, chosen, marked, and therefore bold as a lion. Your roar is not noise, it is authority. It silences lies. It shakes atmospheres. It reminds the unseen realm that you will not be moved. Think of how a lion rules its territory. It does not beg for permission. It does not apologize for its presence. Its roar establishes dominion, announcing to every creature, "This ground belongs to me." In the same way, your spiritual roar announces that your life belongs to God, that your destiny cannot be stolen, that your purpose will not be silenced. When you walk in boldness, you claim the territory heaven already gave you. This boldness has been tested through your wilderness. When rejection cut you, you could have retreated in fear, but instead you learned resilience. When heaviness weighed you down, you could have surrendered, but instead you kept moving. When distractions tried to steal your focus, you could have been swayed, but instead you pressed deeper into truth. These choices were the training ground of your lion heart. What was once fragile is now fortified. Chosen one. Do you recognize how fear has lost its grip on you? The things that once terrified you no longer have power. The voices that once intimidated you now sound hollow. The doubts that once paralyzed you now fuel your determination. This is evidence that the lion within is awake. You are no longer living in survival, you are stepping into dominion. But understand this: boldness does not mean recklessness. A lion roars not constantly, but strategically. It roars to establish boundaries, to summon its pride, to announce its presence. In the same way, your boldness must be anchored in wisdom. You are not called to fight every battle, but to choose the battles that align with your assignment. Your roar is powerful when it is rooted in discernment, guided by the Spirit. This boldness is also contagious. Those around you who have lived in fear will find courage rising when they hear your roar. Your life will inspire others to step out of their chains. Your faith will awaken their faith. Your courage will embolden their obedience. This is why heaven entrusted you with this lion's heart, not only to free yourself, but to awaken others. Beloved, do not underestimate what happens when boldness rises in the chosen. History itself shifts. Think of Esther, who risked her life before the king. Think of Daniel, who refused to bow to idols. Think of Peter, who preached boldly after denying Jesus. Each of them faced fear, but they did not bow to it. Instead, they roared with obedience, and their courage shook kingdoms. You are cut from the same cloth. The lion within you is the inheritance of those who dared to believe that fear does not own them. This does not mean you will never feel fear again. It means fear will no longer control you. Courage is not the absence of fear, it is the decision to move forward despite it. And every time you choose courage, your roar grows louder. Every time you step out in faith, your dominion expands. Every time you refuse to bow to intimidation, heaven strengthens your authority. Chosen one. Imagine for a moment the ground trembling as you roar, not a sound from your mouth, but a sound from your spirit, your prayers, your declarations, your worship. Each carries the weight of the lion's roar, shaking the unseen, tearing down strongholds, scattering darkness. You do not need to be loud in the natural for the unseen to hear your authority. Even your quiet obedience reverberates like thunder. You are bold not because of yourself, but because of who dwells in you. The Spirit of the living God is the source of your courage. The same Spirit that raised Christ from the dead lives in you. That spirit does not tremble, does not retreat, does not fear. When you align with him, the lion within you takes its rightful place, and nothing can silence it. Beloved, recognize this shift. You are no longer the same as before. You are not the timid version of yourself that fear once manipulated. You are awake, refined, and bold, and your roar will only grow louder in the days to come. Let this truth anchor you. You are as bold as a lion, chosen to walk in authority, chosen to declare freedom, chosen to carry courage where fear once reigned. So step into this new strength. Do not shrink back when the enemy tries to intimidate you. Do not retreat when challenges rise against you. Lift your head, square your shoulders, and let the lion within you roar. For your roar is not just about you, it is about the kingdom of heaven advancing through you. You are chosen, you are bold, and nothing can silence the sound that is rising from your spirit. Chosen one, now is the moment to speak of cycles, those repeating patterns that seem to trap you, the loops that tried to convince you that change would never come. Perhaps you noticed how the same struggles kept resurfacing in different forms. Maybe the same disappointments echoed through different seasons. These were not random repetitions, they were spiritual cycles. And here is the truth. Prophecy demands that the old cycle be broken so the new can emerge. Cycles are prisons that keep destiny delayed. They whisper, "Nothing will change. You will always end up back here." They are designed to drain your faith, to keep you walking in circles instead of advancing forward. But, beloved, you are not meant to live in endless repetition. You are meant to step into acceleration. The hidden prophecy over your life cannot be fulfilled until these old cycles are shattered. The ancient words recorded in Isaiah, chapter 43, verse 19, declare, "See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland." Chosen one. This verse is your declaration. The old cycles are being broken. God is doing a new thing. The wilderness that once felt endless will now bloom with life. The wasteland that once drained you will now flow with streams of refreshing. The cycle of repetition is ending because heaven has decreed new beginnings. Think about it. For years, the enemy tried to trap you with the same patterns. Fear returned in new disguises. Temptation appeared in different faces. Disappointment recycled itself through different circumstances. These cycles were chains meant to convince you that freedom was impossible. Yet with every round, you grew stronger. Every repetition revealed the trap more clearly. And now, you are standing at the threshold where the cycle must end. Chosen one. Breaking the cycle requires decision. Heaven can declare it, but you must agree with it. You cannot carry old habits into new seasons. You cannot cling to old mindsets while expecting new breakthroughs. Prophecy demands obedience. When God says, "I am doing a new thing," you must release the old. That release may feel costly. It may mean walking away from familiar patterns, even familiar people, but it is necessary for the cycle to break. You must refuse to return to what once bound you. This is why the Spirit has been pressing you so strongly in this season. He has been convicting you about things you once ignored, nudging you to let go of attachments you once justified, stirring you to move differently than before. Do not resist these nudges. They are heaven's way of steering you into freedom. The old cycle wants to pull you back, but the prophecy is pulling you forward. Beloved, remember, cycles end when truth replaces lies. The enemy told you, you will always fail. But the truth is, you are more than a conqueror. The enemy told you, you will always be rejected. But the truth is, you are chosen and beloved. The enemy told you, your life will never change. But the truth is, God is doing a new thing. Every time you believe truth over lies, a link in the chain snaps. Breaking cycles also requires boldness. You may need to take steps others do not understand. You may need to walk away from environments that no longer align with your destiny. You may need to break habits that once comforted you, but now choke your growth. This boldness is costly, but it is also prophetic. It declares, I will no longer be bound. I will no longer live in circles. I will walk in freedom. And here is the good news. Once the cycle is broken, acceleration begins. What was delayed for years can unfold in days. What seemed impossible suddenly becomes effortless. When you stop circling, you start advancing. That is why this moment is so crucial. Prophecy is not waiting for tomorrow. It is calling for obedience today. Chosen one. If this word resonates in your spirit, let your response be known. Share it with others who may also be trapped in cycles. Your breakthrough may ignite theirs. Like this message, if it confirms what you already feel stirring in your spirit. And subscribe, because what we are unfolding together is not a single message but a journey, step by step, into the fullness of destiny. And let your voice rise as well. In the comments, declare your agreement. Write, cycle broken. These two words are more than a statement. They are a prophetic act. By typing them, you are announcing to heaven and to the unseen realm that the old has ended, that repetition has lost its grip, that freedom has come. You are saying, I refuse to go back. I will walk forward into the new. Do not underestimate the power of these small acts. Agreement matters. When you like, share, comment, and subscribe, you are not simply engaging, you are testifying. You are saying, this word is for me. I align with it. I will not stay silent. These actions echo into the unseen, declaring that the prophecy is active in your life. Chosen one. Look around you. The signs of the cycle breaking are already present. Doors that once remained shut are starting to open. Opportunities you once missed are reappearing. Strength you thought you lost is returning. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. The prophecy is unfolding. The cycle is ending. The new is beginning. So, step boldly. The old patterns will not claim you again. The wilderness will no longer hold you captive. The wasteland will no longer drain your spirit. Streams of living water are flowing, and the path of destiny is opening. The hidden prophecy over your life demands it, and heaven has decreed it. The cycle is broken, and your breakthrough is at hand. Chosen one. One of the most mysterious ways heaven speaks is through dreams. You may have noticed nights when your sleep felt more like a vision, when images lingered long after you woke, when messages seemed woven into the fabric of your rest. These were not random. They were confirmations from heaven. Visions in the night, affirming the assignment written over your life. Dreams are sacred. They bypass the noise of the day, slipping past distractions. and reach the deepest parts of your spirit. In the quiet of the night, when your body rests, heaven whispers mysteries into your soul. Some dreams bring peace, others bring warning, and still others stir your spirit with fire. Each has purpose. Each carries weight. As the prophet wrote in the scroll of Habakkuk, chapter 2, verse 2, "Then the Lord replied, write down the revelation and make it plain on tablets, so that a herald may run with it." Beloved, when you receive dreams that echo truth, they are revelations. They are instructions, encouragements, or confirmations that you must not dismiss. Write them down, make them plain, and seek their meaning. For often, they are pieces of prophecy being confirmed in your journey. Think of how Joseph's destiny was revealed through dreams. At first, his family rejected his visions, mocking what he saw. Yet the very images in his sleep became the map for his future. Your story, too, carries dreams that others may not understand. Do not let their misunderstanding cause you to doubt what you have received. What is whispered to you in the night may take time to manifest, but it will not fail. Some dreams are symbolic. You may see water, fire, doors, or even people that represent something greater. These images are not random, they are heaven's language, clothed in symbols that stir your spirit. Pay attention to how you feel in these dreams, for often the emotion is as significant as the imagery. Peace often signals confirmation, while unrest may signal warning. Other dreams are direct. You may hear words spoken clearly, see events unfold with precision, or even be given instructions to act upon. These moments are rare, but they carry undeniable authority. When such dreams occur, do not delay. Test them in prayer, align them with Scripture, and walk in obedience. Heaven confirms your assignment through them. Chosen one. You may also recall dreams that seemed confusing, even troubling. Do not dismiss these either. They may reveal spiritual battles, exposing the strategies of the enemy, so you can pray with clarity. Just as soldiers study their opponent before war, heaven sometimes reveals the enemy's hand so that you may overcome it. Such dreams are not meant to bring fear, but preparation. There are also dreams of reassurance. Nights when you were weary, heaven gave you visions of peace, reminding you that you are not alone. Perhaps you saw light breaking through darkness, or found yourself walking in places you have never been, yet feeling at home. These dreams are heaven's way of affirming that your steps are ordered, that your assignment is real, that your breakthrough is near. Chosen one, do not be careless with your dreams. They are treasures. Keep a journal near your bed and write them down as soon as you wake, even if they seem small. Record them. Over time, patterns will emerge. What seemed fragmented will align into a story, confirming what God has been whispering to you in other ways. Prophecy rarely comes through one channel alone. It is layered, repeated, confirmed. Dreams are one of those confirmations. Do not be discouraged if you do not always understand them immediately. Some revelations are meant to unfold gradually. What confuses you today may become clear tomorrow. What seems symbolic now may later reveal exact truth. Trust the timing of heaven. You are not required to know everything at once. You are required to listen, to record, and to stay attentive. Beloved, also recognize that not all dreams are from God. Some are the echoes of your own mind, processing thoughts and experiences. Others may be attempts of the enemy to sow fear. This is why discernment is essential. Test every dream against the Spirit and the Word. Does it align with truth? Does it strengthen faith, bring clarity, or warn for your good? Then it is a confirmation from heaven. Does it only stir fear without hope, or confusion without clarity? Then it may not be from Him. Even in this, you are never left alone. The Spirit is your interpreter, guiding you to discern what is holy and what is not. He will not leave you guessing if you seek His wisdom. The same God who spoke through dreams to prophets and kings speaks also to you. For you are chosen, and your journey is marked by the fingerprints of heaven. Chosen one. Recall the dreams you once dismissed. Perhaps you saw yourself standing in places of influence. Though your current life seemed small, perhaps you dreamed of speaking to people you have never met, yet felt a fire in your heart. Perhaps you saw chains breaking, light filling rooms, waters parting. These were not illusions, they were confirmations. Heaven was showing you glimpses of what is written on your scroll. Do not let time cause you to forget. Even if years pass, the dream is not dead. It is waiting for its season. Just as Joseph waited years before his dream was fulfilled, so too your dreams may tarry, but they will not lie. They will speak at the appointed time, and when they do, you will recognize them as confirmations of what was already whispered in the night. Beloved, this is why your nights matter. They are not wasted hours, they are sacred hours. Every time you lay your head, heaven has the opportunity to speak, to reveal, to confirm. Ask Him to speak. Ask Him to show you. And when He does, do not ignore it. Treasure it. Record it. And let it strengthen your steps. The hidden prophecy unfolding in your life is too great to be left without confirmation. That is why heaven gives you dreams. They remind you that you are not lost, that you are not drifting, that your steps are aligned with something greater. Even when your days feel uncertain, your nights testify that destiny is real. Chosen one. Rest tonight with expectation. The same God who gave visions to prophets still speaks. The same God who revealed mysteries to kings still whispers. The same God who visited Joseph in his sleep is watching over you. Your dreams are not meaningless. They are confirmations that you are chosen, and that your assignment is unfolding exactly as it was written. Chosen one. It is time to speak of doors, those thresholds that separate where you have been from where you are called to go. For too long, you have stood before doors that refuse to open, knocking with hope, yet hearing silence in return. You may have wondered if something was wrong with you, if heaven had overlooked you, if your prayers were unheard. But the truth is this: the doors that remained closed were never meant for you. And the door that matters most, the one no man can shut, is about to swing wide. There is a difference between man-made doors and heaven's doors. Man-made doors open through effort, influence, or manipulation. They demand compromise. And when you walk through them, they never lead to lasting fulfillment. But heaven's doors are different. They open by divine authority, timed with precision, and they carry the weight of permanence. When heaven opens a door, no man, no enemy, no circumstance can shut it. As was spoken in the sacred texts of old, In the book of Revelation, chapter 3, verse 8, I know your deeds. See, I have placed before you an open door that no one can shut. I know that you have little strength, yet you have kept my word and have not denied my name. Lo, beloved, these words echo into your journey. God has seen your endurance. He has seen your faithfulness even when you felt weak. He has seen the nights you held onto his name when everything else crumbled. And now, the reward of that faithfulness is before you, a door opened by his hand. Do not despise the closed doors of your past. Each one was protection, not rejection. If you had forced your way through them, you would have entered places that would have drained your spirit, stolen your peace, or derailed your assignment. What felt like denial was really preservation. Heaven was guarding you for the right door, the one that aligns with the hidden prophecy over your life. This door is not like the others. It does not require striving, manipulation, or begging. It opens by grace, not effort. It stands as a testimony that your destiny is secure, not because of your strength, but because of his faithfulness. When you step through it, you will know immediately, this is where I was meant to be. Chosen one. Notice how the scripture acknowledges your weakness. I know that you have little strength. Heaven does not open doors because of your power, but because of your perseverance. You may have felt weary, but you did not give up. You may have stumbled, but you did not deny his name. That perseverance is enough. It is the currency of faith that has unlocked what man could not. This door is not small. It leads to expansion, influence, and responsibility. What was hidden will be revealed. What was delayed will be accelerated. What was lost will be restored. But with this open door comes weight, the weight of walking in obedience, the weight of stewarding what is entrusted, the weight of living as one who carries prophecy fulfilled. Do not fear the responsibility. The same God who opens the door will equip you to walk through it. He does not call the prepared. He prepares the called. And you are called. That is why the door is opening now, not before. The wilderness prepared you. The rejection refined you. The unseen victories proved you. Now, you are ready to step into the space heaven preserved for you. Understand this. Beloved, open doors are not always recognized by everyone. Some may see your rising and question it. Some may doubt you. Others may envy you. Still others may resist you. Do not let their opinions distract you. The door was not opened by them, so it cannot be shut by them. Your validation comes from heaven alone. Chosen one. Consider how many times the enemy tried to convince you that no doors would ever open. He whispered that your story was over, that your prayers were empty, that your destiny was broken. Yet, here you are, standing before a door he cannot touch. This moment is the very proof that he was lying all along. The open door is heaven's way of silencing every accusation against you. When you step through, you will notice something shift. Peace will surround you. Favor will follow you. Opportunities will align effortlessly. This is not coincidence. It is the fruit of the open door. You will look back at the years of waiting and finally understand why it took so long. Heaven was ensuring that when the door opened, nothing could shut it again. Beloved, let this truth steady you. The open door is not only for you, it is for those connected to your obedience. When you walk through, others will be pulled through as well. Your breakthrough will ripple outward, freeing those around you, inspiring those watching you, strengthening those who doubted their own path. This is why the door matters so much. It is not about selfish gain, but about divine assignment. So, chosen one, stand tall. The doors of the past may have mocked you, but the door of destiny is open. The enemy may have tried to block you, but heaven's decree overrides him. People may have turned away, but heaven has turned toward you. You are not at the mercy of chance. You are standing in the flow of prophecy. Walk boldly when the invitation comes. Do not hesitate. Do not shrink back in fear. Do not compare yourself to others. This door was crafted for you, measured for your steps, timed for your season. When you step through, everything will make sense. The pain, the delay, the silence, all of it was leading here. The hidden prophecy has always contained this promise: a door no man can shut. Chosen one, you are ready. The scroll has been unrolled. The seals have been broken, and the path is clear. Step through the door with courage, with faith, with certainty. The God who chose you is faithful. The door is open. Chosen one. There are moments when heaven leans close with urgency, when the whisper shifts into a trumpet blast, and when delay can no longer be tolerated. This is one of those moments. The Spirit presses upon your heart with a final warning. You are one choice away from blindness, one rebellion away from forfeiting clarity, one hesitation away from missing the appointed time. This word is not given to condemn you, it is given to awaken you. For too long, many around you have treated grace casually. They have mistaken mercy for permission, believing they can delay obedience indefinitely. But mercy is not infinite in its invitation. There comes a moment when the door of grace begins to close, when the Spirit withdraws his hand, when delay turns into denial. That moment is dangerous, and the Spirit urges you now: do not play with the holy fire. Do not trifle with what has been entrusted to you. The voice of God thundered in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 19. This day I call the heavens and the earth as witnesses against you that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so that you and your children may live. Beloved, the choice has always been before you: life or death, obedience or rebellion, destiny or delay, heaven or compromise. And though you have stumbled before, heaven's mercy has carried you back. But the urgency of this season is clear. The stakes are higher now. The hidden prophecy over your life cannot afford another cycle of hesitation. You are standing at the crossroads, and the Spirit pleads with you: choose life. Do not mistake this warning as mere words. It is an alarm sounding in your spirit. Think of Samson, who carried great strength, yet lost it through compromise. Think of Saul, who was anointed king, yet forfeited his crown through disobedience. Think of Judas, who walked with Jesus, yet betrayed him for silver. Each had calling, each had opportunity, yet their rebellion turned their stories into warnings. Chosen one, your story is not meant to be a cautionary tale, it is meant to be a testimony. But that requires choice. Perhaps you have sensed the tug-of-war in your spirit lately, a pull toward destiny, yet also the lure of distraction, a hunger for holiness, yet also the whisper of compromise. These tensions are not random. They are evidence that you are standing at the edge of breakthrough. The enemy is desperate to blind you now because he knows what lies on the other side of your obedience. Beloved, blindness does not come suddenly. It creeps in through small compromises, through little delays, through excuses that feel harmless. One small step away from truth leads to another, until suddenly the light grows dim. This is why the Spirit warns you now. You are one choice away from either clarity or darkness. Do not gamble with your calling. Do not assume there will always be another chance. The urgency of this hour is undeniable. But here is the hope. Conviction itself is proof that mercy is still active. If your heart trembles at these words, it means heaven has not abandoned you. The door is still open. The invitation still extended. The scroll still waiting to be unrolled. You are not too far gone. You are not beyond redemption. You are not abandoned. But you must choose now. Do not let fear paralyze you. This warning is not meant to chain you. It is meant to free you. It is heaven saying, you still have time. You still have hope. You still have destiny. But time is not endless. Delay cannot continue. The final warning is not the end. It is the last invitation. Think of how many times you almost gave up, yet God pulled you back. How many times you almost lost everything, yet He preserved you. How many times you ran, yet His mercy chased you. That mercy has brought you to this moment. Do not waste it. Do not assume it will always be there. Respond while the invitation is alive. Chosen one. This is your turning point. If you obey, clarity will flood your path. If you resist, blindness will take hold. If you surrender, breakthrough will come. If you hesitate, delay will grow heavier. The choice is before you now. And so, as a prophetic act, declare your agreement with heaven in the comments. Write the number 555. This number carries weight. It represents grace multiplied, mercy extended, and divine change that cannot be stopped. By writing 555, you are saying, I choose life. I choose obedience. I choose to break free from cycles of hesitation. I choose clarity over blindness, destiny over delay. This is not superstition. It is testimony. It is your public yes to heaven's final warning. Do not dismiss this as a small act. Words and symbols matter in the unseen realm. When you declare 555, you are aligning yourself with grace, stepping into change, and sealing your decision with a prophetic witness. Heaven sees it. The unseen realm recognizes it, and your own spirit testifies to it. Beloved, the time of indecision is over. The warning has been sounded. The choice is clear, and the Spirit whispers even now, choose life, that you may live. This is not the end of your story. It is the beginning of your awakening. It is the moment when mercy and prophecy meet, when heaven and earth witness your decision, when destiny is either embraced or delayed, and you, chosen one, will not shrink back. You will choose life. You will walk in obedience. You will rise into the fullness of what was written over you. Let this warning not fill you with fear, but with resolve. You are chosen. You are beloved. You are destined. The only thing standing between you and clarity is choice. And today, you choose life. Chosen one. There is something sacred about restoration. It is more than repair. It is the reclaiming of what was stolen, the redemption of what was lost, and the unveiling of what was always meant to be yours. In this season, heaven is not only bringing you forward, it is reaching back into your past to restore what the enemy thought he destroyed. The prophetic mantle that once felt stripped away is being placed upon your shoulders again, stronger and brighter than before. You may remember the moments when you felt robbed, the seasons when your confidence was shattered, when opportunities slipped from your hands, when relationships crumbled, or when your faith felt fragile. Those moments may have left you questioning, have I lost too much? Can I ever recover? Has my destiny been derailed? But the Spirit whispers now, nothing has been lost in vain. What seemed stolen is being restored. The prophet Joel declared, chapter 2, verse 25, I will repay you for the years the locusts have eaten, the great locust and the young locust, the other locusts and the locust swarm, my great army that I sent among you. Oh, beloved, this promise is alive in your story. The years that felt wasted, the tears that seemed unanswered, the doors that remained closed, none of them are beyond the reach of restoration. Heaven does not merely replace what was lost, it multiplies it. The years devoured by disappointment are being repaid with seasons of abundance. The faith you thought was broken is being renewed with deeper strength. The mantle you thought was gone is being restored with greater weight. Understand this. A prophetic mantle is not simply a gift. It is an assignment, a spiritual authority, a mark that sets you apart for heaven's work. It is the invisible garment that rests on you, empowering you to walk in boldness, to carry wisdom, to release freedom to others. The enemy has tried again and again to strip it from you, not because he could truly succeed, but because he feared what you would become once you wore it fully. Think of Elijah and Elisha. Elijah's mantle carried the weight of prophetic authority. When it fell upon Elisha, it was not just cloth, it was destiny. In the same way, the mantle on your life is not symbolic. It is real. It carries assignments, breakthroughs, and authority that no one else can fulfill. This is why you have felt targeted, why you have felt opposition, why you have endured loss. But what you thought was stolen is not gone. It is being restored. Chosen one. Restoration does not mean a return to the way things used to be. It means advancement into something greater. You are not being returned to who you were. You are being elevated into who you were always meant to be. The mantle upon you has been refined by fire. What once rested lightly will now rest heavily. What once was potential will now become manifestation. This restoration is also generational. The battles you fought were not only for yourself, they were for those who come after you. The mantle being restored will not end with you. It will flow through you, impacting your family, your community, your lineage. The enemy's goal was never just to wound you, it was to disrupt the legacy tied to you. But heaven's restoration ensures that the mantle will not be lost. It will continue, stronger than ever. Beloved, you may have felt disqualified. The mistakes of your past may echo in your mind, telling you that you forfeited your place. But the truth is this: grace restores what guilt condemns. You are not disqualified. If you were, the Spirit would not be speaking to you now. The very fact that you feel this stirring is proof that your mantle is alive. You may have stumbled, but the calling was never removed. Heaven has kept it in reserve, waiting for this moment to return it to you. Do you sense it? The weight upon your spirit, the fire stirring in your heart, the vision coming alive in your mind. These are not emotions, they are signals of restoration. The mantle is falling back into place. The authority you thought was gone is rising again. The voice you thought was silenced is returning with greater clarity. The boldness you thought was broken is roaring back stronger than ever. Chosen one. Restoration also brings justice. The enemy cannot steal without consequence. Every attack against you, every delay imposed on you, every chain wrapped around you is now fuel for the justice of heaven. What the enemy meant for harm will turn into testimony. The very areas where you were robbed will become the very areas where you walk in abundance. This is the nature of divine restoration. It does not return you empty-handed. It repays you with interest. Consider Job, who lost everything, yet was restored double. Consider Joseph, who was betrayed, yet rose to rule. Consider David, who was hunted, yet crowned as king. Each of their stories carried loss, but each ended with restoration, and so will yours. Your mantle is being restored, not in weakness, but in double strength. Not in scarcity, but in abundance. Not in shame, but in honor. Beloved, lift your head. The days of mourning what was stolen are ending. The days of carrying shame for what you lost are over. You are not empty-handed. You are not forgotten. You are not disqualified. You are restored. The prophetic mantle rests upon you again, heavier, brighter, and more powerful than before. Walk in it with courage. Do not look back with regret. Look forward with expectation. The fire that once dimmed is blazing again. The authority that once felt distant is now within reach. The mantle has returned, and with it, your destiny is advancing. You are not the broken one you once thought you were. You are the restored one heaven always knew you would become. Chosen one. The restoration of your mantle is not coming. It is here. Wear it boldly. Carry it faithfully. Release it generously. For this is who you are, a vessel restored, a warrior refined, a chosen one, crowned again with glory. Chosen one. Now we must speak of acceleration. For too long, it felt as though your journey was crawling forward. Every step delayed. Every promise suspended in waiting. You prayed and saw little change. You sowed faithfully and reaped little fruit. You endured silently, wondering if your time would ever come. But the hidden prophecy over your life has reached its moment of fulfillment. Heaven is declaring that delay has ended and divine acceleration has begun. Acceleration is not ordinary progress. It is supernatural speed, where what once took years happens in months. What once seemed impossible becomes reality, and what was long delayed suddenly bursts forth with force. It is not the work of your strength, but the hand of God pushing you beyond natural limitations. You will look around and realize, this should not have happened so fast. This should not have happened at all. Yet here it is. That is acceleration. As the Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, second letter, chapter 6, verse 2, for he says, "In the time of my favor I heard you, and in the day of salvation I helped you. I tell you, now is the time of God's favor. Now is the day of salvation. And, beloved, do you hear it? Now is the time. Not next year. Not someday. Not in a distant future now. The Spirit is declaring that the season has shifted. The time of delay has given way to the time of favor. The prayers you thought were unheard have reached their appointed hour. The doors you thought were closed forever are opening quickly. The assignments you thought were lost are being activated with speed. Chosen one. Acceleration feels sudden, but it is never random. It is the fruit of every unseen victory, every wilderness season, every moment of endurance. You were not waiting in vain. You were being positioned. Delay was not denial. It was preparation. Now, because the foundation is firm, God can move you faster without risk of collapse. You are ready to carry the weight of the new. Think of a bow being drawn back. The farther it is pulled, the greater the force when it is released. Your years of delay were the draw. Heaven was pulling you back, stretching you, pressing you. It felt like resistance, but it was preparation for release. And now the arrow is flying straight, fast, unstoppable. That is the season you are in. This acceleration will touch every area aligned with destiny. In relationships, connections will form quickly, bringing people into your life who were prepared for this moment. In resources, provision will come swiftly, aligning with needs you could never meet on your own. In opportunities, doors will open suddenly, surprising even you with their timing. In influence, your voice will carry farther and faster than you imagined. Each area that once felt barren will suddenly bear fruit. But acceleration also demands stewardship. Moving fast without grounding can be dangerous. You must remain anchored in the Spirit, discerning what is truly from God and what is distraction disguised as opportunity. Not every open door is divine. In this season, wisdom must walk hand in hand with acceleration. Your yes must be Spirit-led, not driven by impulse. Chosen one. You may feel overwhelmed as the pace increases, but remember this: the God who accelerates you also sustains you. He will not move you faster than you can endure, because it is His hand guiding the speed. Your responsibility is not to strive harder, but to stay aligned. Pray, listen, and obey quickly. Acceleration is not about rushing, it is about moving at heaven's pace. Now, if this word stirs your spirit, let your agreement be known. Like this message, if it confirms the season you feel unfolding, share it with those who may also be weary of delay, because your testimony may ignite their faith for acceleration. And if you have not yet, subscribe so you remain connected, because the journey of acceleration is not one word, but many steps, and each step matters. Do not underestimate the power of small acts of agreement. When you like, when you share, when you subscribe, you are not simply clicking, you are declaring alignment. You are saying, "This word is alive in me. I agree with heaven's timing. I choose to move at His pace." And those declarations echo into the unseen realm, testifying that you are ready. Beloved, think of how quickly things can shift when God moves. Joseph went from prison to palace in a single day. Esther went from hidden orphan to queen in a single moment. The disciples went from fearful followers to bold preachers in a single encounter with the Spirit. Each moment of acceleration was sudden, but it was the culmination of preparation. Your story is no different. The enemy fears your acceleration because he knows he cannot stop it. Delay was his weapon, hoping to weary you until you gave up. But now that the season has shifted, He has lost his grip. What was once slowed is now unstoppable. You are moving forward, not by might, not by power, but by the Spirit of the living God. Chosen one, open your eyes. Pay attention to the sudden shifts. They are not coincidences, they are signs of acceleration. Where once the ground felt hard, you will see growth sprouting quickly. Where once the doors felt locked, you will hear them swing wide. Where once your spirit felt weary, you will feel new strength surging. These are confirmations that heaven's hand is pushing you forward. So, step boldly. Do not shrink back when things begin to move faster than expected. Do not sabotage yourself by doubting what is unfolding. Trust that you are ready, even if you feel unprepared. Heaven does not accelerate those who are careless, only those who have been tested, refined, and proven faithful. And you, beloved, have been proven. Acceleration is here. Delay is broken. Favor is active. Your life is shifting at a pace you cannot explain. But you do not need to explain it. You only need to walk in it. And as you do, know this: you are not racing alone. Heaven runs with you. Angels surround you. The Spirit strengthens you. And the God who began this work will carry it to completion faster than you imagined. Chosen one, there is a great unveiling happening in your journey, not only of doors opening, not only of mantles being restored, but also of the counterfeits that tried to slip into your life. Counterfeit voices, counterfeit opportunities, counterfeit relationships, all of them designed to look close enough to truth that you would accept them. Their goal was not always to destroy you outright, but to delay you, distract you, and drain you so that you never stepped into the fullness of your calling. Yet the Spirit is sharpening your eyes. You are beginning to see more clearly who was truly sent to walk with you, and who only pretended. You are beginning to sense the difference between what feels right in the flesh and what resonates with the Spirit. Heaven is revealing the truth. Not everyone who came into your life was meant to stay, and not everything that glittered was gold. According to what is revealed in the book of Proverbs, chapter 14, verse 12, there is a way that appears to be right, but in the end it leads to death. Beloved, this verse is a warning and a comfort. It warns that appearances can deceive, that not every open path is a safe one. Yet it comforts, because it assures you that heaven is guiding you beyond appearances into truth. The Spirit does not allow the chosen to remain blind forever. Even when you were deceived, heaven was working to open your eyes. Think of the times when you felt uneasy around someone, though you could not explain why. That unease was not random, it was discernment. Think of the times when an opportunity looked perfect, yet something inside you whispered, caution. That whisper was not fear, it was the Spirit. The counterfeit always seeks to mimic the genuine, but it can never duplicate the peace of God. Peace is the signature of authenticity. Confusion, restlessness, or pressure are the marks of the counterfeit. Chosen one, you may look back now and realize how many counterfeits you entertained. People who spoke flattering words but drained your spirit. Opportunities that promised success but left you empty. Paths that seemed smooth but led to loss. Do not condemn yourself for those seasons. Even the counterfeits had purpose. They trained your discernment. They taught you to lean not on appearances, but on the Spirit. The enemy sends counterfeits because he cannot create. He can only imitate. He imitates love with manipulation, friendship with betrayal, opportunity with distraction, truth with partial lies. But no matter how convincing the counterfeit may appear, it cannot endure. Time always reveals what is genuine, and in this season, heaven is accelerating that revelation. The counterfeits are being unmasked, and the genuine is being preserved for you. This unveiling may be painful. Some faces you trusted may be revealed as false. Some paths you pursued may be shown as dead ends. It may sting to realize how much energy you gave to things that were never meant for you. But beloved, do not see this as loss. See it as freedom. Every counterfeit removed makes room for the genuine. Every unmasking clears the path for destiny. Discernment is your shield. Do not rush ahead based on appearances. Test every voice. Weigh every opportunity. Watch for the peace of God. If peace is absent, even the brightest door may be false. If pressure is overwhelming, even the most appealing relationship may be counterfeit. Heaven never forces, it confirms. The Spirit does not drive in fear, He leads in peace. Chosen one. This is why your journey has been marked with separation. God allowed certain counterfeits to leave. Even when you wanted them to stay, He closed doors that looked good. Even when you begged Him to open them, He let opportunities pass. Even when you felt ready, He was not punishing you, He was protecting you. He knew the counterfeit would poison the prophecy. And because He has chosen you, He refused to let that happen. This unmasking is also generational. You are breaking the patterns of deception that may have run through your family line. Cycles of false connections, toxic ties, and counterfeit blessings are ending with you. You are stepping into clarity, and that clarity will bless those who come after you. They will not walk in the same traps you endured, because your discernment will become their shield. Beloved, take courage in this season. As the counterfeit is exposed, the genuine is near. True connections will emerge, people whose loyalty is proven, whose presence brings peace, whose words align with truth. Real opportunities will unfold, doors that open without manipulation, paths that flow with peace, assignments that bring fruit. Heaven is not only removing the false, it is ushering in the true. Now, as a prophetic declaration of your agreement with this unveiling, I invite you to comment these words: truth over lies. It is a simple phrase, but it carries weight. When you write it, you are declaring that you will no longer entertain the counterfeit. You are choosing discernment over deception, clarity over confusion, truth over lies. You are saying to the unseen realm, I see clearly now. I will not be fooled again. I choose truth. Chosen one. This is a holy hour. The Spirit is unmasking what was hidden, exposing what was false, and guiding you into what is real. Trust the process, even when it hurts. Trust the separation, even when it feels lonely. Trust the unveiling, even when it shakes what you thought was secure. For on the other side of this process lies purity, clarity, and alignment with destiny. Lift your eyes. The counterfeit is falling away, but the genuine is rising. And as you walk forward, you will see that every deception, every false start, every counterfeit connection was only a stepping stone toward greater discernment. Now you are wiser, stronger, and more anchored in truth than ever before. You are chosen, and nothing false can cling to you anymore. Chosen one. As you walk forward into this unfolding prophecy, you must understand that you are never alone. The journey has often felt isolating, your trials unseen, your burdens misunderstood, your path unlike anyone else's. Yet while people may not always be beside you, heaven has never left you uncovered. Angels have been on assignment over your life from the very beginning, sent to guard, to guide, to war on your behalf. You may not always see them, but their presence has been constant. They were there when danger tried to overtake you, intervening quietly so that harm did not reach you. They were there when despair pressed heavily against your heart, strengthening you when you thought you could not take another step. They were there in your wilderness, standing watch as you wrestled through silence, ensuring that the fire did not consume you. Their mission has always been clear: to protect what heaven has chosen, as was spoken in the sacred texts. In the book of Psalms, chapter 91, verse 11, "For he will command his angels concerning you, to guard you in all your ways." Oh, beloved, this is not poetic language. It is reality. Angels are not distant figures in ancient stories. They are active, alive, and on assignment, even now. They do not serve randomly, they serve with precision, carrying out heaven's orders with unwavering loyalty. And you, as one of God's chosen, have been surrounded by their protection. Think back to the accidents that nearly happened but didn't, the decisions you almost made but were stopped, the nights you felt a strange peace despite the chaos around you. These were not coincidences. These were angelic interventions. Their presence is subtle but powerful, because their goal is not to draw attention to themselves, but to keep you aligned with destiny. Chosen one. Angels are not only protectors, they are also messengers. They bring guidance in moments of confusion, clarity in times of uncertainty, and confirmation when you seek direction. At times, this guidance may have come through dreams, visions, or even unexpected words from people who did not know they were speaking prophetically. Though hidden from natural eyes, angels deliver divine communication, ensuring you are not left wandering aimlessly. There are also warrior angels assigned to you. Every attack the enemy launched against your life was met with resistance in the unseen realm. You may have felt the pressure of the battle, but you did not see the full scale of what was happening around you. If your eyes were opened fully, you would realize that you were never outnumbered. For every scheme of darkness, heaven has released warriors to shield you. The fact that you are still standing today is proof of their intervention. Consider the story of Elisha and his servant. When surrounded by enemies, the servant trembled in fear. But Elisha prayed for his eyes to be opened, and suddenly the servant saw the hills filled with horses and chariots of fire, heaven's armies standing guard. The same is true for you. What you feel pressing against you in the natural is only part of the picture. If your eyes were opened fully, you would see that the forces fighting for you far outnumber those fighting against you. Beloved, angels also serve to strengthen you. Remember how Jesus, in the wilderness, was ministered to by angels after his testing? In the same way, you have received strength at critical points in your journey. Strength that felt almost supernatural. That was no accident. It was angelic ministry. Their hands have lifted you when you felt you would collapse. Their presence has steadied you when you thought you would fall. Do not mistake their presence for a replacement of God's Spirit. The Spirit is your guide, your comforter, your teacher. Angels are servants of that same Spirit, carrying out His commands. They are not to be worshipped or idolized, but respected as heaven's warriors assigned to your journey. They are reminders that you are part of something far greater than what you see with natural eyes. Chosen one. Realize the weight of this truth. If heaven has assigned angels to you, then your life is of great importance. God does not waste His armies on casual purposes. Their presence around you is evidence of the weight of your calling. The enemy knows this, which is why he has fought you so hard. But the fact remains, you are covered, and you will not be overtaken. This awareness should not make you arrogant, but confident. Confident that you are never walking alone. Confident that unseen armies guard your steps. Confident that your destiny is shielded by forces stronger than any attack. When fear whispers, remember the angels on assignment. When doubt presses, remember the armies on the hills. When loneliness tries to suffocate you, remember that heaven's company surrounds you. Beloved, there will come moments when you feel the tangible presence of these warriors. Perhaps it comes as sudden peace in chaos, or courage rising when you feel weak, or even a sense of being watched over when no one else is near. These are glimpses of reality, the assurance that angels are present. Let these moments remind you that you are not forgotten, not forsaken, not uncovered. Their assignment is not yet finished. As you step into new doors, new levels, and new battles, they go with you. Their presence does not fade when the journey becomes harder. If anything, it intensifies. For every new level of destiny, heaven increases your covering. The greater the assignment, the greater the angelic guard. Chosen one, take heart. You are walking into seasons that will require courage, but you are not walking into them unprotected. The angels who stood watch in your wilderness will march with you into your promised land. The warriors who fought for you in silence will fight for you in visibility. The messengers who whispered direction in dreams will continue to guide your steps. Lift your head with assurance. The path may feel lonely at times, but it is never empty. The unseen armies march with you. The prophetic mantle rests upon you, and the God who commands these angels will never leave your side. You are chosen, and heaven has placed you under watch. Walk boldly, for your steps are guarded. Your destiny is shielded, and your life is preserved for glory. Chosen one. Let us now turn to the mystery of timing. For though prophecy has marked your life, it does not unfold in haste, nor does it bow to your impatience. Everything written over you moves according to divine timing, measured not by clocks or calendars, but by seasons of preparation and obedience. The delays you faced were not denials, they were calibrations, ensuring that, when the moment arrived, you would be ready to carry it. Time has always been one of your greatest wrestlings. You have asked, why not now? Why so long? Why do others advance while I remain waiting? But beloved, heaven's timing is not slow, it is strategic. The pauses, the detours, the delays were heaven's way of synchronizing you with greater purposes than you could see. To move before the appointed time would have crushed you. To wait until the right moment has preserved you. The ancient words recorded in Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 1. remind us there is a time for everything, and a season for every activity under the heavens. This truth is simple yet profound. Destiny is seasonal. Just as seeds cannot bloom before their appointed season, so too your calling could not manifest until the ground was ready. And though you may have despised the waiting, the soil of your heart, your character, and your discernment was being tilled in silence. Chosen one, waiting is not wasted. Every day of delay was hidden preparation. You were being strengthened in ways you could not perceive. Patience was being formed. Humility was being forged. Resilience was being planted. While you thought nothing was happening, roots were growing beneath the surface. Heaven does not rush masterpieces. What is fragile is rushed. What is eternal is refined. You are not fragile, you are eternal. And thus your preparation has been long. Consider the life of Abraham, who waited decades for the promise of a son, or Joseph, who waited years between the dream and its fulfillment, or David, who was anointed as king, yet waited in caves before wearing the crown. Each carried prophecy, yet each endured waiting. Their delay was not punishment, it was process. And when the time arrived, their destiny unfolded in strength, not fragility. Beloved, divine timing also protects you. If doors had opened too soon, they would have become snares. If influence had come too early, it would have overwhelmed you. If connections had appeared prematurely, they would have corrupted the purity of your assignment. Delay shielded you. Though it felt painful, heaven was not withholding, it was safeguarding. This timing also aligns with others. Destiny is not isolated, it is interwoven. Sometimes your waiting was not because you were unprepared, but because those connected to your assignment were not yet ready. Heaven aligns multiple stories simultaneously, ensuring that when paths intersect, the impact is explosive. What seemed like delay was heaven weaving threads together for a greater tapestry. Chosen one. Now, you stand at the threshold of appointed time. You may feel it stirring already, the quickening of your spirit, the sense that what was once locked is loosening, the awareness that the long night is giving way to dawn. These are not emotions, they are signals of divine timing. The hidden prophecy is unfolding, not a day too soon, not a day too late, but in perfect alignment with heaven's calendar. Yet this timing also requires your readiness. Do not allow impatience to drive you into counterfeit doors. Do not grasp at opportunities birthed in the flesh when the Spirit has prepared doors of destiny. Discern carefully. The enemy often presents imitations right before the true promise arrives, hoping you will settle for less. But chosen ones do not settle, they wait for the genuine, no matter how long it takes. You must also release regret over lost time. The enemy will whisper, "You are too late. You have missed your moment. Others are ahead of you." But prophecy cannot be missed when you are chosen. Even what felt wasted will be redeemed. The years devoured by delay will be repaid with acceleration. The time you thought was lost is being restored in double portion. Heaven wastes nothing, not your pain, not your waiting, not your years. Beloved, this truth should steady your heart. Your timeline is not man's timeline. You are not late. You are not behind. You are not forgotten. You are exactly where you must be. And what is meant for you cannot pass you by. The doors that are opening now are not random. They are appointed. The opportunities rising before you are not coincidences, they are scheduled. The clarity dawning in your spirit is not sudden, it is timely. Chosen one. Trust the process of divine timing. It is not your enemy, it is your ally. It ensures that when you rise, you will remain standing. It guarantees that when you step forward, you will not collapse. It secures your destiny in ways impatience never could. And though you may not always understand it, you can rest in this. Heaven is never late, and you are never forgotten. Lift your eyes. The waiting season has accomplished its purpose. The soil is fertile. The roots are strong. The time is ripe. The prophecy that once felt distant is drawing near, and when it manifests, you will look back and understand that every moment of waiting was holy. Every delay was divine. Every pause was preparation. Chosen one. You are stepping into appointed time. Walk with confidence, not in haste, but in harmony with heaven's rhythm. For the one who numbers your days has already written the end from the beginning, and nothing, no delay, no distraction, no deception can erase what he has ordained. Chosen one. Hear this clearly. The long night you have endured is drawing to a close. For seasons, it seemed as though darkness clung to every step, as though your prayers dissolved into silence, as though the weight of despair pressed without mercy. Yet even in the longest night, the dawn is inevitable. And now heaven declares, your breaking dawn has arrived. The breaking dawn is not only the rising of light, it is the end of torment, the close of confusion, the silencing of fear. You have endured valleys shadowed with pain, but you will not remain there. The night has served its purpose, and the horizon now glows with the promise of glory. It is written in the book of Psalms, chapter 30, verse 5, weeping may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. All, beloved. This verse is not symbolic, it is prophetic. The morning is not a metaphor for others, it is your reality. You wept in the night. You bled in silence. You endured storms that threatened to break you, yet those tears were not wasted. They watered the soil of your destiny, and now the dawn breaks. Not with weakness, but with glory. The long night refined you. In the darkness, you discovered resilience. In the silence, you learned to hear the whisper of God. In the heaviness, you found strength you never knew you carried. The night was not sent to destroy you, it was sent to prepare you. And though you may have hated its length, you cannot deny its fruit. You are stronger now. Visa now. Pure no. Chosen one. Dawn is a sudden shift. For hours, the night seems unchanging. And then in a moment, the horizon glows. In the same way, your breakthrough will not crawl, it will burst. One moment, you will still feel surrounded by shadows, and the next, light will flood in, undeniable and unstoppable. That is the power of the breaking dawn. Think of how creation itself testifies to this rhythm. Every night, no matter how long, ends in morning. Every shadow yields to light. Darkness never holds eternal dominion, it only rules temporarily. Until the appointed hour of sunrise, your story mirrors this truth. Night bowed over your life, but it did not have authority to remain forever. Heaven has decreed morning, and glory is rising. The dawn also reveals what night concealed. Shadows distorted your vision, convincing you that hope was gone, that the path was closed, that the promise was distant. But when dawn breaks, clarity returns. You will see what was hidden. You will recognize opportunities that fear once blinded you to. You will understand why the night lasted as long as it did. What was unclear will now make sense, because the light exposes truth. Beloved, glory is not just survival, it is radiance. You will not simply limp out of your night barely holding on. You will emerge shining. Those who once doubted you will marvel at your rising. Those who once mocked your waiting will witness your breakthrough. The night was private, but the dawn will be public. Heaven will display through you what it means to endure and then to rise. Consider Joseph, who endured years of darkness in dungeons, betrayed and forgotten. Yet in one morning, he was summoned to the palace, clothed in glory and seated in authority. Consider Daniel, who spent a night in the lion's den, yet dawn revealed him untouched and his enemies silenced. Consider Jesus, who endured the darkness of the tomb, yet at dawn the stone was rolled away, and resurrection, glory burst forth. These stories are not distant, they are patterns, and you are walking in the same rhythm. Chosen one, your dawn will carry evidence. Joy will return where sorrow dwelt. Peace will settle where fear tormented. Provision will flow where scarcity starved. Love will surround where rejection wounded. This is not imagination, it is fulfillment. The prophecy over your life is unfolding in the light of dawn. The breaking dawn also carries momentum. Once the sun begins to rise, it cannot be stopped. No hand can push it back into the night. No force can reverse its light. So it is with your destiny. Once this dawn breaks, no enemy can reverse it. Nor delay can steal it. No voice can silence it. The night has had its time, but the dawn is irreversible. Beloved, hold fast in this hour. You may feel the last pangs of night trying to cling to you. Sometimes the darkest moment comes just before sunrise. But do not be deceived. These last shadows are not signs of defeat, they are signs of transition. The enemy knows he cannot hold you much longer, so he throws final distractions, final doubts, final fears. Ignore them. Keep your eyes on the horizon. The dawn is breaking, and glory is inevitable. Chosen one. Imagine yourself standing in that light. Feel the warmth on your face, the clarity in your vision, the joy in your heart. That is not a dream. It is your reality unfolding. The night is ending. The morning is here. And with it comes restoration, vindication, and elevation. You are not stepping out of night empty. You are stepping into morning, crowned with glory. So let this be your declaration, your act of prophetic agreement. In the comments, write the number 222. This number speaks of covenant, confirmation, and alignment. By writing it, you declare, I agree with heaven. My night is over. My dawn has come. I step into alignment with the prophecy of morning glory. It is not just digits, it is testimony. It is your spirit echoing what heaven has already decreed. Your long night has ended in glory. Chosen one, rise with confidence. The shadows are fading. The horizon glows. And your breaking dawn is here. You are chosen for this moment. Walk into the morning. for joy has come, and glory is rising upon you. Chosen one. What you are stepping into now is not a small shift, but a generational turning. The weight of your obedience, the depth of your endurance, and the fire of your faith are not only shaping your life, they are altering the story of those who come after you. What once flowed through your bloodline as cycles of pain, rejection, poverty, or fear is being interrupted. Heaven has chosen you to stand as a breaker, the one who draws a line in the sand and says, "It ends with me." For generations, patterns may have repeated in your family, silent burdens carried from one to the next, doors of opportunity closing again and again, bondages that seemed unbreakable, voices that said, "This is just who we are." But heaven did not allow you to be born in this hour by chance. You are a chosen one, raised up to reverse what the enemy tried to write as permanent. The prophet Isaiah declared, chapter 61, verse 4, "They will rebuild the ancient ruins and restore the places long devastated. They will renew the ruined cities that have been devastated for generations." Beloved, that promise is not distant, it is alive in you. You are the rebuilder. You are the restorer. You are the one through whom renewal will flow. What was devastated in the past will be restored in your lifetime. The ruins of old cycles will become testimonies of transformation. Chosen one, understand the honor in this assignment. Heaven does not entrust generational breakthrough to the careless. It is given to those who have endured fire, those who have stood in storms, those who refused to bow when the weight was crushing. Your scars are your qualifications. Your tears are your credentials. You have been tested, and now you are entrusted. This breakthrough will not only bless you, it will ripple your children, whether natural or spiritual, will walk in freedoms you fought to secure. They will not carry the same chains you carried. They will not battle the same giants you battled, because you chose to endure. They will inherit what you won, and generations yet unborn will trace their freedom back to your obedience. Beloved, this is why your warfare was so intense. The enemy was not merely fighting your present, he was fighting your lineage. He knew that if you broke free, the chain would snap for many others. He feared the ripple effect of your victory. That is why he attacked you so relentlessly. But he underestimated the strength of a chosen one. You are still standing. And because you are, your family line will never be the same. Generational curses end with you. Generational blessings begin with you. What once flowed downward as cycles of despair now flows as rivers of life. What once was a history of loss now becomes a legacy of victory. This is the power of the chosen. You are rewriting history. Chosen one. You may feel the weight of this mantle, but remember, you are not carrying it alone. The Spirit of God empowers you. The angels of heaven guard you. The prayers of saints long gone surround you. You walk in a cloud of witnesses who cheer for your breakthrough. You are not standing isolated. You are standing as part of a greater story that spans eternity. This turning also carries responsibility. You must walk in wisdom, for the enemy will try to tempt you back into old patterns. He will whisper that nothing has changed, hoping to lure you into agreement with the past. But do not be deceived. Every choice you make now either builds on the breakthrough or invites the old cycle back. Guard your steps. Walk in obedience. Protect the legacy you are birthing. Beloved, realize this. Your life is not just about survival, It is about inheritance. You are laying foundations on which others will build. The choices you make today will echo into tomorrow. When you choose faith over fear, you are building altars for those who will come after you. When you choose truth over lies, you are paving paths for others to walk securely. When you choose obedience, you are planting seeds that will bear fruit for generations. This is why you cannot remain silent. Share your testimony. Speak of what God has done for you. Pass the torch to others, so they know that chains can break, that curses can end, that glory can rise. Your story is not just for you, it is a map for others still wandering. Now, if this word resonates with the fire inside you, let your response be more than silent agreement. Like this message, as a prophetic yes, share it with others who may be battling generational weights, because your act of courage may ignite their faith to break free as well. And if you have not yet, subscribe, because what heaven is unveiling in these messages is not a single moment, but a journey. Each word builds upon the last, guiding you deeper into the fullness of destiny. Do not walk this path halfway. Stay connected. Walk it through. Chosen one. The long battle you fought was not in vain. The glory that is rising in your life is not just for you, it is for generations. Your obedience has unlocked blessings that will outlive you. Your faith has shifted patterns that once seemed immovable. Your courage has changed the story of your bloodline. This is legacy. This is inheritance. This is glory. Lift your head. Walk with dignity. You are the turning point, the breaker, the one chosen to carry this mantle. And as you walk forward, know this: the battles behind you were fierce, but the victories ahead will be greater. You are chosen, not only for breakthrough, but for inheritance, and heaven rejoices. For your generational dawn has begun, chosen one. In this hour, the Spirit is calling you to sharpen your focus. Distractions have swirled around you. Voices have competed for your attention, and battles have tried to drain your strength. Yet, in the midst of it all, heaven is declaring, set your eyes on the assignment. Fix your heart on the prophecy. Do not be swayed. You carry something too sacred to be diluted by noise. The hidden prophecy over your life requires clarity, not confusion. The enemy knows he cannot erase what God has written, so he attempts to cloud your vision, hoping you will forfeit by fatigue. But beloved, you are stronger than the fog. Your spirit is being trained to pierce through the haze and lock onto truth. Scripture says in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 6, verse 22, the eye is the lamp of the body. If your eyes are healthy, your whole body will be full of light. This is the power of focus. Whatever you set your eyes on fills your life. If you fixate on fear, fear multiplies. If you focus on doubt, doubt spreads. But if your eyes are set on truth, your whole being radiates with light. That is why the Spirit insists you narrow your vision now. Not everything deserves your attention. Not every battle deserves your energy. Not every voice deserves your ears. Chosen one. Do you recall the times you nearly lost yourself chasing too many things? Opportunities looked good, but drained your soul. Relationships felt exciting, but left you weary. Tasks filled your hands, but emptied your spirit. That is the danger of scattered focus. The enemy thrives in distraction, but destiny thrives in devotion. You are stepping into a season where clarity will be your greatest weapon. The Spirit is removing the clutter, silencing unnecessary voices, and realigning your path. What once felt overwhelming will soon feel simplified because heaven is narrowing your focus. One assignment, one calling, one path of obedience. That is enough. This clarity also exposes what no longer belongs. Certain attachments will fall away. Certain environments will no longer feel comfortable. Certain desires will fade. Do not fight this pruning. It is a gift. Every distraction removed makes room for destiny to bloom. Every false attachment severed makes space for genuine alignment. You are not losing. You are gaining clarity. Beloved, think of an arrow. It cannot hit its mark unless it is aimed. Scattered energy cannot produce precision. The same is true for you. Your life is an arrow in the hand of God, and He is aiming you now. The tension you feel is not punishment, it is the draw of the bow. The narrowing of focus is preparing you for release. Clarity also brings confidence. Once you know your assignment, hesitation loses its grip. Fear has no room when direction is sure. Doubt fades when vision sharpens. This is why you are being called to fix your eyes not on what surrounds you, but on the one who called you. His voice is steady. His path is clear. His promises are secure. Chosen one. Do not underestimate how powerful a focused life becomes. When you set your heart fully on your assignment, distractions lose their appeal. What once tempted you no longer carries weight. What once drained you no longer holds your attention. You become unshakable, unstoppable, unmovable, and the enemy trembles. Because he knows a focused chosen one is a force he cannot derail. This season will require discipline. You must choose where your eyes rest, what your heart entertains, and what your hands hold. You cannot give everything your attention. You cannot afford to pour into places heaven never called you. Protect your focus. Guard it fiercely. It is the wellspring of your destiny. Beloved, clarity will not only bless you, it will ripple into others. When people see your focus, it will awaken their own. Your life will testify that it is possible to live with devotion in a distracted world. Your example will ignite others to step out of confusion and into calling. This is why heaven is sharpening you. It is not only for your breakthrough, but for the awakening of many. Think of Jesus, who moved with unwavering clarity. Crowds pressed in. Voix demanded. Distractions arose. Yet he always said, "I must be about my Father's business." His focus made him unstoppable. The same spirit that anchored him is anchoring you. The same clarity that guided him will guide you. Chosen one. Let this moment be your declaration. If you are ready to silence distractions and walk in clarity, type these words in the comments. I choose focus. End of 2. These 3 words may seem simple, but they are prophetic. They are your way of saying, I will no longer scatter my energy. I will no longer chase what is not mine. I choose to fix my eyes on the assignment, my heart on the prophecy, my steps on the path of destiny. This act is agreement, and agreement releases power. Beloved, focus is not about striving, it is about alignment. It is about knowing what matters and pouring yourself fully into it. And as you choose it, heaven will honor it. Doors will open with precision. Opportunities will align perfectly. Strength will multiply. Because when your eyes are healthy, your whole life is filled with light. Lift your head. Chosen one. The fog is lifting. The clutter is clearing. The path is sharpening. You are chosen for clarity. You are called to focus. And nothing, no distraction, no delay, no deception can steal what heaven has entrusted to you. Chosen one. In this unfolding journey, there comes a sacred moment when identity must be sealed. You have walked through fire, endured long nights, faced storms that seemed unending, and wrestled with doubts that tried to consume you. Yet, at the heart of it all lies one question. Do you truly know who you are? Not who the world says. Not who the enemy whispers. Not even who your past might echo, but who heaven declares you to be. Identity is the foundation of destiny. Without it, even the greatest calling feels unstable. But once it is rooted, no storm can shake you. No rejection can undo you. No voice can silence you. And this is what the Spirit is doing in you now, establishing your identity as immovable truth. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 7. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power, of love, and of a sound mind. Emsen, beloved, this is who you are. Not timid, not fearful, not broken. You are marked by power, wrapped in love, anchored in clarity. This is your true identity, not the labels you carried, not the shame you endured, not the lies spoken over you. The breaking of those false identities is part of the prophecy over your life. Think of how often you were misunderstood. People saw fragments of you, but not the fullness. Some judged you for your scars. Others dismissed you for your silence. They mistook your wilderness for weakness, your process for failure. But their perception does not define you. Heaven's decree alone defines you, and heaven says, you are chosen, appointed, set apart, and sealed with purpose. Chosen one. Identity is tested in secret. It is in the wilderness where doubts rise, where the enemy whispers, if you were truly chosen, why this pain? If God loved you, why this silence? These lies are not new. They were spoken even to Jesus. When the enemy tempted him in the desert, if you are the Son of God, but every attack against your identity is proof that your identity carries weight. The enemy would not question what was not dangerous. This is why your journey has been marked with so much internal warfare. The battle has not always been external, it has been within your mind, within your heart, within your sense of worth. But hear this truth, your identity is not fragile. It was forged before the foundations of the world, written in eternity, sealed by the Spirit, confirmed through fire. You cannot lose it, you can only forget it. And now the Spirit is restoring your memory. Beloved, identity also determines authority. When you know who you are, you no longer bow to fear. You no longer accept chains as normal. You no longer shrink to fit others' expectations. You walk with boldness, because you know you carry heaven's mark. This is why clarity of identity is crucial before destiny unfolds fully. Without it, the weight of doors opening could crush you. With it, you can stand firm. No matter the pressure, think of Gideon, who hid in fear until God called him a mighty warrior. Think of Moses, who stuttered until God called him a deliverer. Think of Peter, who denied until Jesus called him a rock. Each one's destiny was unlocked by a revelation of identity, and so it is with you, chosen one. What labels must fall off of you now? Perhaps the world called you unworthy. Heaven calls you beloved. Perhaps the enemy called you failure. Heaven calls you victorious. Perhaps your past called you forgotten. Heaven calls you chosen. Every false label is breaking under the weight of truth. Identity is not about what you do, it is about who you are. Your calling may shift. Your assignments may change, but your identity remains constant. You are a child of God, an heir of promise, a carrier of light, a vessel of glory. Nothing can strip this from you, not failure, not delay, not rejection. Beloved, stand tall in this truth. You do not need to earn identity. You only need to embrace it. It is already yours. It was sealed at the cross, confirmed by the Spirit, and declared over your life again and again. Every battle you faced was designed to make you doubt it. Every victory you won was proof of it. And now, in this moment, the Spirit is anchoring it deeper than ever before. Do not shrink back anymore. Do not apologize for the weight you carry. Do not dim your light to make others comfortable. Walk boldly as who you are. Speak as one chosen. Act as one appointed. Live as one crowned with destiny. Identity is also inheritance. Once you embrace it, you begin to unlock treasures reserved for you. Peace becomes natural. Joy becomes steady. Strength becomes unshakable. Not because circumstances are perfect, but because your foundation is secure. You know who you are, and nothing external can uproot it. Chosen one, let this settle in your spirit. You are not who you were. You are not defined by your wilderness. You are not labeled by your wounds. You are who heaven says you are, and heaven calls you chosen, beloved, powerful, and free. Lift your eyes and see yourself as God sees you. Not broken, but whole. Not overlooked, but appointed. Not abandoned, but surrounded. Not weak, but strong. The night tested you, but the dawn has revealed you, and what it reveals is glorious. Chosen one, your identity is sealed. Walk in it. Live in it. Declare it. For the hidden prophecy over your life has always rested on this foundation. You are chosen, and now nothing can shake that truth again. Chosen one. As the prophecy continues to unfold, it is time to speak of endurance. For calling is not sustained by moments of inspiration alone, but by the strength to endure when the path stretches long, when the winds grow heavy, when the silence seems endless. You have been called not to sprint a short race, but to run with perseverance the course marked out for you. Endurance is not glamorous. It rarely looks like victory in the eyes of the world. Often, it looks like standing still when others fall away, or holding on when everything in you screams to let go. It looks like quiet faithfulness, choosing to remain when giving up feels easier. But in the eyes of heaven, endurance is power. It is the mark of the chosen. The apostle reminds us in his letter to the Hebrews, chapter 12, verse 1, "Therefore, since we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us throw off everything that hinders and the sin that so easily entangles, and let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us. Oh, beloved, you are not running in vain. Every step of endurance is seen by the great cloud of witnesses, those who have gone before you, who also endured fire and trial, who now cheer for your faithfulness. You are not alone in your struggle. You are part of a great lineage of endurance, stretching back to prophets, apostles, martyrs, and saints who all carried their own races to the end. Chosen one. Reflect on how many times you wanted to quit, when the prayers seemed unanswered, when the nights stretched long, when the weight felt too heavy. Yet each time, something within you refused to let go. That something was not your strength alone, it was the spirit of endurance within you. Heaven refused to let you collapse. And so, you kept walking, one step at a time. Endurance builds what nothing else can. It shapes character, deepens faith, purifies motives. Inspiration may start the race. But, endurance, finish it. Without endurance, gifts fade, callings stall, promises remain unfulfilled. But with endurance, even the smallest vessel becomes unshakable, carrying glory that nothing can strip away. This is why endurance often feels hidden. The world praises quick victories, but heaven crowns perseverance. Chosen one, your crown is being forged in the unseen hours, in the choices you made to keep believing, keep praying, keep standing. Others may not have noticed, but heaven has recorded every act of endurance. Beloved, endurance does not mean numbness. It does not mean ignoring pain or pretending strength. It means feeling the weight, yet choosing not to surrender to it. It means acknowledging the wounds, yet refusing to let them define you. It means trusting God even when He is silent, knowing that silence is not abandonment. Think of Noah, who built an ark for decades without a drop of rain. Think of Abraham, who waited years for the promise of a son. Think of Paul, who endured beatings, prisons, and rejection, yet kept preaching. Each of them carried endurance, and through their endurance, prophecy was fulfilled. You walk the same path. Beloved, the enemy despises endurance because it outlasts him. He thrives on weariness, hoping you will quit before the breakthrough comes. But every time you refuse to give up, his schemes fail. Endurance is victory in slow motion, proof that you cannot be broken. Chosen one. Endurance also births perspective. What once felt unbearable now becomes testimony. The storm that once threatened to consume you now becomes a story of how you stood. Endurance turns pain into legacy, wounds into wisdom, trials into triumphs. Others will look at your life and see not only the glory, but the perseverance that carried you there. Beloved, let endurance anchor you now. The path ahead may still hold challenges. Breakthrough does not mean the absence of battles. It means the strength to endure them without collapse. Prophecy unfolding does not erase trials. It ensures victory through them. Do not despise endurance. It is the secret weapon of the chosen. You may wonder, how much longer must I endure? The answer is simple. Until the race is complete, until the last breath. Endurance is your companion, but take heart, it will not always feel this heavy. Seasons shift, battle change, burdens lift, and with every stage, your endurance grows stronger. What crushed you once no longer shakes you. What terrified you once no longer moves you. That is the fruit of endurance. Chosen one, let your heart be steady. You are not running aimlessly. Every step has purpose. Every tear has weight. Every choice to endure is writing eternal testimony. And when the race reaches its end, you will hear the only words that matter. Well done, good and faithful servant. Lift your eyes beyond the weariness of today. See the finish line, shining with glory. See the crown prepared for you, radiant with victory. See the witnesses cheering, heaven rejoicing, the Spirit strengthening. You are not forgotten, not overlooked, not abandoned. You are enduring, and that endurance is proof that you are chosen. So keep running, beloved. Keep standing. Keep pressing. The night has passed. The dawn is breaking, and your endurance will carry you into glory. Chosen one. Now, the Spirit presses upon your heart the mystery of glory, not as a distant promise, but as a present reality that is beginning to manifest in you. Glory is not merely brightness or beauty. It is the weight of God's presence resting upon a life, the undeniable evidence that heaven dwells within clay vessels. It is what makes the chosen unshakable, what sets them apart from ordinary existence. You have carried scars, wounds, and burdens, and yet glory has been forming through it all. Every season of endurance, every hidden act of obedience, every tear shed in the night has been shaping you into a vessel capable of carrying this weight. And now, beloved, heaven is unveiling it not in fragments, but in fullness. It is written in the book of Romans, chapter 8, verse 18. I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. No, this is the tension you have lived in, suffering that seemed unbearable, yet glory that outweighs it all. The glory being revealed in you is not a reward separate from your suffering. It is the transformation that suffering produced. You are not simply surviving pain, you are being transfigured by it. What was meant to break you has become the very womb of glory. Chosen one. Glory has always been tied to fire. Just as gold is refined in flame, so too glory emerges through pressure. The furnace you endured was not evidence of abandonment, but of preparation. Heaven trusted you with fire because it knew you would emerge carrying glory that could not be faked, could not be stolen, could not be diminished. Others may carry gifts, but you carry weight, the substance of one who has walked through fire and lived. Glory is also disruptive. It cannot remain hidden. When the glory of God rests upon a person, atmospheres shift, darkness trembles, chains loosen, hearts awaken. This is why your presence unsettles some and comforts others. Without words, you carry a frequency that exposes lies and magnifies truth. You are a carrier of glory, and the world cannot remain the same when you walk into a room. Beloved, glory also demands humility. It is not yours to boast in, for it is borrowed light, entrusted presence. The moment you believe it originates in you, it fades. But when you recognize yourself as a vessel, it multiplies. This is why the Spirit has humbled you through process, to ensure that when glory rests on you, pride does not corrupt it. You are strong enough now to carry weight without collapsing under it. Consider Moses, whose face shone after encountering God's presence. He could not hide the radiance, for glory reveals itself. Consider Stephen, whose face appeared like that of an angel, even as stones were hurled at him. Glory is not dependent on circumstances. It shines brightest in trials. Consider Jesus on the Mount of Transfiguration. His glory unveiled before chosen witnesses. These glimpses reveal what you now embody, glory revealed in human vessels. Chosen one. Glory also attracts opposition. The enemy despises carriers of glory, for they remind him of what he lost. He will try to diminish you, distract you, discredit you, but he cannot strip what heaven has sealed. The more he attacks, the brighter the glory shines. This is why your battles intensified in recent seasons, not because you were weak, but because you were radiant. The enemy saw what was coming before you did, and he panicked. Yet glory also draws the hungry. There are people searching for light, weary of darkness, desperate for truth. They will be drawn to you, not because of your personality or skills, but because of the glory you carry. You will find yourself impacting lives simply by being present, speaking words that feel ordinary to you, but carry extraordinary weight to them. This is the mystery of glory. It multiplies without striving. Beloved, glory is not meant to be hidden in private alone. It is meant to be displayed publicly, as testimony that God is alive in His chosen. Do not shrink back when the light rises on you. Do not dim yourself to ease others' discomfort. Let the glory shine, for it is not about you, it is about Him who dwells in you. This glory will also increase. What you carry now is only the beginning. Glory moves in degrees, from one level to the next. As you continue in obedience, each act of surrender, each step of faith, each moment of worship increases the radiance. What was once faint becomes undeniable. What was once private becomes visible. You are moving from glory to glory. Chosen one. Glory is also eternal. While circumstances shift, glory endures. While bodies age, glory remains. While earthly crowns fade, heavenly glory shines brighter. You are not chasing temporary applause. You are carrying eternal weight. Every moment of obedience builds a legacy of glory that will echo long after your earthly days. Beloved, let this truth anchor you. The glory revealed in you is greater than the suffering behind you. The weight you carry now is proof that nothing was wasted. Every battle, every tear, every delay has produced this radiance, and the world will see it not for your fame, but for God's. Lift your head. You are not ordinary. You are a carrier of glory. Walk with humility, but also with boldness. Let the light shine. Let the weight rest. Let the presence flow. For the hidden prophecy has always pointed here. The glory that was promised is now revealed. Chosen one. The path has been long, the trials fierce, the nights heavy, and the fire relentless. Yet here you stand, at the threshold of fulfillment, where the hidden prophecy over your life begins to resound, not as whispers, but as a trumpet call. What was once sealed in mystery is now unfolding before your eyes. You have walked through valleys, climbed mountains, endured storms, and every step has carried you to this moment. The prophecy was never meant to break you, it was meant to shape you. Heaven chose you not because you were flawless, but because you were willing. You endured, not because you were strong in yourself, but because strength was imparted to you in the fire. You stand today not as one barely surviving, but as one refined, crowned, and marked for glory. It is written in the book of Revelation, chapter 21, verse 7. The one who is victorious will inherit all this, and I will be his God, and he will be my son. Beloved, victory is your inheritance, not partial victory, not temporary relief. But éternel triomphe. The weight of what you carry is proof that you did not endure in vain. You are not stepping into a fragile ending. You are stepping into the fullness of what was written before time began. Chosen one. Pause and look back for a moment. See the wilderness you once despised it was training ground. See the tears you once cursed. They were seeds. See the battles that almost consumed you. They were altars of victory. Every moment, every season, every scar was woven into a tapestry that now shines with glory. What once looked like fragments are revealed as threads of a masterpiece. You have asked, "Why me?" And heaven answers, "Because you were chosen. Because you did not give up. Because through every storm, you clung to the promise. Many were called, but few endured. You endured. That endurance has crowned you with authority. You now walk as one whose life itself testifies that prophecy is not empty, it is living, breathing, unfolding truth. Beloved, this final unveiling is not only about you, it is about those who will witness your rising and find courage for their own. You are a living prophecy, an embodied message, a walking testimony of God's faithfulness. Your breakthrough is a signal to others that theirs is possible. Your light will spark flames in those still trapped in shadow. And now, the Spirit speaks. Step boldly into the new. Do not carry the mindset of the wilderness into the land of promise. Do not shrink as though you are unworthy of glory. You have been refined, and you are ready. This is not arrogance, it is alignment. To deny what heaven has done in you is not humility, it is disobedience. Rise and take your place. Chosen one. The days ahead will be marked by greater responsibility. Glory is weight, and weight requires strength. But the same God who sustained you in waiting will sustain you in rising. The same Spirit who whispered in silence will thunder in power through you. The same angels who guarded your steps in shadows will march with you in light. You are not stepping alone, you are stepping with heaven's army. Remember, prophecy fulfilled is not an ending but a beginning. You are not closing the book, you are turning the page. Greater chapters await. Stories yet unwritten. Victories yet to be won. What you have seen so far is only the first fruits. The fullness of glory will unfold as you continue to walk faithfully, from strength to strength, from glory to glory. Lift your eyes. Beloved, the horizon is bright. The night is over. The dawn has broken. The glory has come. You are chosen for such a time as this. Not by accident, not by coincidence, but by divine design. And as you walk forward, let these truths seal your spirit. You are unshakable. The storms have tried, but you remain. You are unstoppable. The delays have lingered, but they could not chain you. You are undeniable. The enemy mocked, but heaven crowned you. You are chosen, always chosen, forever chosen. The hidden prophecy is no longer hidden. It is alive in you. Walk in it boldly. Live in it fully. Release it generously. For you are God's chosen one, marked for breakthrough, crowned with glory, and destined for eternal triumph. Chosen one, you have walked through every word, felt every fire, endured every silence, and reached the end of this prophetic journey. This is not just the conclusion of a script, it is the sealing of destiny. What has been declared over you is not imagination, not accident, not empty language. It is the voice of heaven reminding you of who you are. From the very beginning, heaven has whispered, "You are chosen." You were never ordinary. Every storm you survived, every night you endured, every tear you shed was proof that you carry something greater. You are not forgotten, not overlooked, not abandoned. You are God's beloved, handpicked to rise in this very hour. But hear this, beloved, the word is alive only when it is received. Prophecy activates when you align with it, when you claim it, when you let it anchor in your spirit. Do not allow these words to pass you by like wind. Hold them, guard them, declare them, for they are keys to unlock the very breakthrough you have been praying for. The hidden prophecy has unfolded before you. The long night is over. The dawn has broken. Glory rests upon you. And now, the call is simple. Walk in it. Do not return to chains you've already broken. Do not dim the light that has already risen. Do not doubt the promise already sealed. Step forward boldly, knowing that you carry heaven's mark. And now, I speak directly to you. Chosen one, if this message has pierced your spirit, if it has spoken truth you already knew deep within, let your agreement be known. Like this word as a sign that it has confirmed what heaven already told you. Share it with those who need to hear it, because someone in your circle is still trapped in night, waiting for the dawn that is now breaking in you. Your obedience in sharing may be the very spark that saves them. Do not let this moment end in silence. Add your voice. Leave a comment below. Declare your faith. Testify of your breakthrough. Or simply write, "I am chosen." Your words matter. They are not just posts on a screen. They are prophetic acts that echo in the unseen realm. And as you comment, you are agreeing with heaven, stamping your life with testimony. And finally, subscribe. Stay connected. This is not a one-time word. It is a journey. Every message that follows will build upon this, carrying you deeper into your assignment, further into your destiny, higher into your glory. Do not walk half the road and miss the rest of the journey. Stay with us, and let heaven continue to feed your spirit. Beloved, this is the moment. The night is over. The dawn has come. The prophecy is alive. Walk boldly. Live freely. Shine brightly, for you are chosen, and your breakthrough is here.